Test, test, test. Hello, hello to my VOD people who are probably the only ones seeing this. Hello. I have been reading the comments. Thank you for putting them. Thank you for the likes and all of that. That is, very nice to see. If you haven't subbed and you're watching this, just, click that little button. It's not like it'll flood your feed or anything, anyways, but, it helps number go up, and number go up is good, so I hear. Today we'll be talking about researching and like how do I approach that if I don't really know a lot about the topic. And this should culminate definitely in a talk this weekend with Perspective Philosophy because I want to pick his brain about that. And then I think, well, although we'll see, maybe I want to structure it with a dono goal or something, but like maybe even talking to Destiny if I feel like we reach a point where we're confident enough to like talk with somebody else and maybe be willing to be a little bit more combative. Maybe that might be cool. But we'll see. We'll see. Because I know that I have a feeling that the conclusions that we will reach with my kind of like general empathy and sympathy for things will probably lead me to be like more in line with vegan arguments or like more appreciative of animals. And most of the people I know don't really believe in that kind of stuff. So maybe even down the line, we have conversations with Wicked Supreme or I'm Really Important or like, a bunch of other people. So I figure this kind of research can go a long ways for being useful, even in conversations in my personal life. I just want to be better informed about it. And that's kind of the jumping in point. But this today's stream will focus a lot on figuring out what is the purpose of doing this and like what do I want to accomplish with this kind of reading and stuff like that. And I hope that by doing that live with you guys instead of prepping like off stream, I can get the hours in. And for the people that want Booksmarts content, you can have Booksmarts content. But B, I think that for every like 100 views, maybe there's 1 to 5 people who are like genuinely helped or like they genuinely take away like a factoid or an approach to something that like helps them later, or or it just made them feel good and they're bedridden and sick or something. There's one of those really compelling stories for every like 100 views. And so even if it's not a lot of views, I think it's good to share this kind of stuff. And I need to like get over the idea that I'll have to deal with people that get upset about the topic or meme me or are mean to me or whatever, and just kind of try to focus on the people that are happy with it. And I've had people in my private life help me with that. It's always good to have a support structure and yada, yada, yada. But I kind of want to embrace that a little bit more. I have several like decent looking prospects for jobs right now. Fingers crossed, pray for me that those like, work out. But I want to incorporate this as like more of a part of my life. I think it would be cool to do streaming more. I think it would be cool to like have the Booksmarts Discord come back, or have people to watch movies with that are from the community, or to be a regular part of the conversation on drama and debates and all that stuff. So part and parcel to that, you kind of have to stream. So that's something that I'm working on. Let me go ahead and add a thumbnail to YouTube. Because again, if I'm going to try to be doing things more semi-regularly, I think I should. I'm also beginning to post more on the Patreon. Like if I make notes or anything from today, we'll put them up there. That's as much as I will guarantee you about the Patreon. You could ignore the tiers. You could just do the $3 one, and you should be able to get pretty much everything. And if you're in a higher tier, feel free to like downgrade or whatever, but if you want to give me more money, feel free. Updating that stuff is just a pain because basically like if you do it, you have to kind of manually go through every single post and change the permissions on them and stuff, and that is a little bit of a bit of work. Work that makes this not fun for me, so I'm kind of not down to do it. But one of these days I'll get a hair up my butt and I'll just go on there and fix everything. But I've been saying that for like 2 years, so we'll see. I did go ahead and remove some egregious stuff like the postcard tier and whatever, but I'll try to remember to keep that posted. And if you guys see anything where I haven't, updated, and you know that there are notes that exist, feel free to DM me on Discord. My DMs are open, or you could comment, and I read a lot of the comments on YouTube, if not all of them, because at this, at this scale, there isn't exactly a lot of them to read, so it's very doable. Unlike when I make Destiny stuff, and it's just like tons and tons and tons of people, I feel like on videos like this, I could probably keep up with the comments, but yeah. Anywho, that's enough jibber jabbering from me, and I've got this thumbnail up on YouTube. I hope you think it's goofy enough to draw people in. Let's see here. Okay, I think I have everything I need. Let me just sign in on my laptop real quick. 1 second, and I'll let you guys see me while I do that, I guess. Or I probably should, actually. Hold on. Okay, we'll get that going. Plug in the monitor. How is everybody doing, though? I'll read it all in a second as soon as this comes up on my monitor. Heard you mention of studying animal intelligence on the Republican debate stream. I've been excited to see you do this. Awesome. Hopefully it'll culminate in some like TLDR I could do for you guys so that people don't have to watch what I expect to be at least like 2 or 3 streams before I talk to Perspective Philosophy, but it'll probably be even more after that. Yeah, I am streaming again. I do every so often. I do every so often. All right, mouse is connected. Move to the YouTube stream. I do not blame you, dude. I do not blame you. I'd prefer to watch stuff on YouTube as well. Good morning, Books. Good morning, Michael. Mr. Hall, presumably. Let me go ahead and switch scenes here. My neighbors probably hate me for doing this at this hour. It is, 4 o'clock in the morning here. But I plan to do at least 4 hours of this. So try to hold me to it. Don't let me tap out after an hour and a half like yesterday. Make me do it. You need to name and shame me, party people. Is asking what the purpose of you're going to do a learning technique? Yeah, we'll go into that. But yeah, it is, because if you don't from the get-go start like outlining exactly why you're doing something, you're kind of going to find yourself in rabbit holes you really didn't mean to like fall down. Okay, for background, okay? And this is for VOD people, for new people, for anybody who hasn't heard this before. Before I did streaming, my main moneymaker was that I did essays for like graduate students and stuff. So if you had to do your capstone project or your master's paper or your doctoral paper, I would help a lot of those people. I would draft a lot of that stuff. I would edit a lot of that stuff. I was just constantly involved with like every step of the process, helping people get those done. It's a large writing project. It can be daunting, especially if like up to that point you hadn't learned how to write properly. Like a lot of people, for instance, that they did an undergrad in business. If you do an undergrad in business at a lot of schools, at least here in America, you can probably fudge your writing abilities and you'll be fine. And in your master's, I believe that you can still kind of fudge your writing abilities, but like when you do your doctoral and you're writing a thesis, like you actually have to write that paper the way that like stuff is normally published. Like you need all the 5 chapters or whatever. You need your like methodology, and you need to know what that means and how to pick one and how to execute it, of course. And like you have to know how to do formal writing. And if you get to that point, you don't learn how to write properly, or you've been fudging it, you're going to need some extra help, or it's going to take you years to do that. And even then it might be like a struggle, or you might never finish it. So for a lot of people, they would turn to somebody like me as both a guide and, for a lot of people, they just want to pay to have it done. In the process of doing that, you have to realize that like, I want to make as much money per hour as possible. So for me, efficiency is a really important thing. And if you're doing a project like this, it can be really, really easy to basically like spend an inordinate amount of time just like reading a gazillion things that probably have nothing to do with what you eventually are going to write. So you kind of have to be very frugal with how you're spending time at different stages of research. And so that's where the purpose thing comes in, is like, I know that there's a deliverable at the end of this job where I need to have these chapters done. They're probably going to need to be about this length, which means we're probably going to have around this number of sources. And I know that the sources are probably each going to need some kind of citation, whether that's, a quotation, or it's a parenthetical where you just write a sentence and you put the source at the end. You start breaking it down into like the items that you're going to need, and that's going to inform how you're doing all of your research. So like, if I know that I'm going to need about 50 sources, there isn't much good in reading 100 of them. Or if I know that I'm writing about this particular topic because that's what their advisors really focus on, and they're shutting down, discussion of researching anything else, then I'm not going to read anything else. I'll just read the one thing that we are probably going to be able to write about. And so I feel like that can be different for students, because for students, I think that they come in with the idea that it is this like amorphous thing where they could do anything and the sky is the limit and whatever, when really it's kind of not. I mean, like, if you have one particular thing you want to research and your advisors are cool with it, then you have your one particular thing and you're not looking and reading everything. But if you're somebody who has no idea what you want to do and you're kind of just fumbling about in the dark and like going down rabbit holes every single day and reading for like 4 to 6 hours at a time and just reading whatever seems interesting, and you have no direction, you're just going to waste a lot of time, and a lot of that's not going to be helpful to you. And that's not even to say what happens when you're not taking good notes during that time. Like, it's kind of like just doom scrolling on TikTok. You're never going to go back to those TikToks ever again. You're kind of just reading stuff and it's like in through your eyes and out through your ass, So a lot of what I did, especially when tutoring people and not writing it for them, is to help them get in that mindset of like, what are we here to do? What are we trying to like accomplish? You need to always have that in your mind while you're doing this, and now is no different. So right now, my short-term need is on Saturday at 12 a.m. Pacific. So that should be like literally like the beginning of Saturday at 12 a.m. Pacific. So if you want to plan ahead, feel free. I'm going to be talking with Perspective Philosophy about, animal intelligence and sentience and his past debates with Destiny. So like, with that goal in mind, even if I have longer term things, like I would like to talk to Destiny at some point about his idea that it is semantical understanding that differs humans from animals. If I'm not doing that immediately, and my immediate need is to talk to Perspective Philosophy, I probably need to like limit my to-do list for things for him. But also keep in mind that medium term, I want to talk to Destiny, and long term, I want to talk to people in my life. And, then I need to weight my objectives and what I'm doing and what I'm focusing on and what I'm taking notes for in the interim. So that's kind of like a full long thing. I'm going to respond to all your comments now. I'll kind of try to do that and strike a balance of like ranting and talking to you guys, because that seems to be what used to work for streams. I still feel very new to this. It is weird talking to the camera super loudly and having all the lights pointed at me and stuff. So if I seem out of it or not as good as I used to be, whatever, bear with me, okay? I'm getting used to it. Good morning, book. Good morning, Ignotus. I remember many fun drawing requests from you. Men's says, is asking what the purpose of what you're going to do a learning technique? So yeah, it definitely is. We just talked about that whole long thing, and your comment was what sparked it. I hope that answered it. Kuma, hello, Kuma. I see you have not gone to bed. Perhaps if you are still up for some ungodly reason, by the time I end this stream, we could play Fortnite together. Christopher Paz says, you still working full time? No. So I left that job a little while ago, and now I'm trying to look for my next thing. I have one that I'm kind of hopeful for, and then I have a couple that like are maybes that we'll kind of see about. But no, I'm kind of in my in-between phase, hence my free time that I could dedicate to researching and streaming. Completely unrelated at the moment, but how's your art going? I don't draw as much as I would like to. Oh, not there. Here it is. I got to be careful with not opening that up because there's actually a lot of not safe for work stuff in this. Um, I will on occasion bust this bad boy out and start drawing, but I will take your question in a completely different direction and pretend like you asked something else. How is my writing doing? Actually, last night I got into it where like it was, 5 a.m. or something, you know, the sleepiness is hitting me, but not sleepy enough to go to bed. I got like this, sleepy boy energy. And, I'm kind of like, Camus, and I'm thinking real philosophical, and everything seems like significant, man. And I had a lot swirling through my head, and what I used to do is I would have like a notepad that I would jot stuff down on real quick, or like draw little circles for a mind map, and then I would have like Notion or something open and I would write, and I would just write sentences of like what I'm thinking. And then it turns like the swirling thoughts in my head into like a definitive thing. Like I think I mentioned when I first started streaming, which again is when I wrote a lot, that thoughts in my head often come in like metaphors and imagery and like analogies and stuff like that. And I find for me personally, and let me know if this is the case for you too, even if you're watching the VOD, feel free to comment. I feel like for me, when I write stuff, it's kind of like giving a concrete, definite form to something that you can actually grapple with. Like things are slippery in your brain, like feelings and emotions and notions about things, like they're all too slippery. And in order to like actually touch it and like play with it and like figure it out and maybe refine it a little bit, you kind of need to give it a form. And for me, the form giving thing that I do is writing. So like I'll write out a sentence and then I'll realize like, oh, the adverb I'm using here doesn't go very well with like the end of the sentence. So let me change it. Or like, this noun doesn't quite describe the shape of the feeling. It's more like this. Or I use a word kind of haphazardly. I just throw it on the page and I'm like, does that really mean what I think that it means exactly? Or is there a better alternative? And I'll like Google the word. And in doing that, I eventually land on something that I feel like I'm very confident in is the thing that popped in my head. Like, oh, there it is. It's naked in front of me and I've taken off all of its clothes. There's no more secrets behind what the idea is. And undressing ideas like that is kind of really, really helpful, especially if you have emotional stuff or like what we're going to be doing today. You're doing a bunch of research. I find it's very helpful to just give those things concrete form so you can actually engage with them and you can refine them. And up until recently, I haven't really been doing that a lot. And it was such a helpful experience to do that last night, or I guess this morning, that I'm going to try to start doing it more, because it's a muscle that definitely exists in my brain. And I kind of need to train it because like I put so many years into it that like I should probably keep it. Like it's a really good tool for like improving my life and my mental and stuff. And like I'm not saying I'm down or anything either. Like I'm not feeling like depressed or anything like that. But when that does eventually happen, because it always does, it's nice to have that there because then you can process stuff. Like, you don't always have to like move your entire house, but it's nice to have muscles when you eventually do have to do it, right? So I don't know, stuff like that. Book, let's go book fucker, let's have some fun. Yeah, totally. So yeah, you asked about art, I gave you an answer about writing. um Sorry, got too excited when I saw that you're streaming. That's okay, that's a response that I love to see. Rant to me, okay. This be Tyro? Yeah, I guess kind of. If you're oh yeah, hi Tyro. If you're ever bored or feel like drawing in your free time with others, I think it'd be a fun thing to be a part of. Yeah, maybe. Wow, thank you, Eastern Standard Tim. I appreciate the sub, thank you for that. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, as a part of this writing or drawing with other people, I always think it's gonna be like a very fun experience. I maybe need to learn how to do it better, because I recently drew with a friend and I think it was cute the way that it turned out and stuff. I don't know what I imagine in my head is going to happen. I always think it's going to be like Minecraft, where we have all these like individual buildings going on and they're all crazy. And to be fair, it was that. Like, he drew one character and I added to it a little bit, and then I drew a character next to him and like gave it a motif, and like it did come together and it was fun. But I feel like I have to do a little bit more looking on YouTube at how other people do it to have ideas of like, how do I play this game with people? Um, but yeah, gifted to the wrong Tim on accident. I see. Just an accent, huh? I think my mind generally thinks in terms of analogies and metaphors as well.
What the fuck? Sam, what is this?
Oh, there we go. Timmy got their sub there. That's good to see. I think my mind generally thinks in terms of analogies and metaphors as well. I can vaguely imagine structures in my mind, but intellectualizing things is where my mind goes. Interesting, interesting. Men says, interesting that you write it down. I find myself recording conversation with myself out loud when I do think philosophically. Yeah. Dude, I can't help but think it is a little bit crazy when people are taking all the voice memos. But hey, lawyers do it and doctors do it and whatever. It's definitely not my way. And I bet we both probably think each other's is weird because it's just not how my brain works. Like, my problem, and maybe I'd be interested to hear what you think about this. My problem with the idea of the voice memos is A, you can't edit them or refine them. Like, there's very limited things you can do with it after you've recorded it, at least from my perspective. And B, which kind of builds up off of that, like, you can't engage with it. Like, you can't see the structure of the entire thing at a glance. Like, if I write a paragraph and it has 3 sentences, and those each of those sentences is describing maybe like 1 to 3 ideas, then I'm looking at a paragraph which fits, pretty easily within my field of view. That could be like 5 sentences times, we'll average it out to like 2 ideas per thing. So you're having like 10 ideas or 10 interacting things that are just immediately visible, and immediately I can like go and edit them, or I can highlight them, or I can move them around. Like, with the voice memo, I feel like it's like a way more limited thing, but it's probably easier to sit back and listen to a voice memo than it is to like sit there and try and read something that you wrote from before. And maybe it can be more cringy or something. I don't know. I'll do it myself. Yeah, there you go. I wonder if there's any research going into how/why other people's minds think in terms of images versus dialogue. Yeah, I wonder. Because I definitely think in words, but like more abstract stuff is generally in images and stuff. I gotta stay hydrated so my voice doesn't go out. It has been lately with the streaming because my poor voice isn't used to it. Okay. Enough chit chat. Let's get to it, huh? Future me. This is where we add a timestamp. I timestamped all of the or a lot of the VODs from like before I went on the Arkansas trip, and so I hope the VOD people have appreciated that, or they got it in time at least. I'll try to do them quicker maybe, but no promises on that. Let me go ahead and let's see here. How am I going to do this? I think I'll go to this scene. This should be fine. This should be fine. Let me move my mouse a little bit. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do first is we have this, and I'm going to add a few little anchor things so that it'll expand this in an appropriate dimension for my screen here. There we go. So what I have here is a software called draw.io. It's completely free, and I like using this. Let's see here. Let's call this research plan. And what this lets me do is like some basic mind mapping stuff. So I want to have what my objectives are with this. So I'm going to use this for like a concrete thing that has to be done. And I'm going to call this perspective philosophy. And honestly, I didn't have this kind of software back when I did essay writing, but now that I have it, I love using it for sure. So this is something that I'm gonna have to do no matter what. Is I'm gonna have the talk with perspective philosophy. That's like pretty short term, and then I'm also gonna have a talk with destiny. That might be more of a medium or long term thing that I want to get done. And then I have talk with family and friends. So we're outlining some of the basic things that I want to do in the future, and let's figure out what the objectives should be, leading up to this. So another concrete thing that I probably have to do no matter what, and I'll just go ahead and copy this and maybe make it a little bit smaller. And we'll go ahead and change the text here to, I don't know, like 18, just so it's distinguished from the top level thing. I'm going to have to watch his debate with Destiny, no matter what. That probably has to happen before I get to the actual talk itself. I also want to, based on that, I want to do some basic follow-up research after I watch that conversation. So, basically, if I go and I watch that and they mention like, well, Hume said that blah, 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 blah. And then, this philosopher says blah, 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 blah. And studies actually show that blah, 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 blah. I'm going to want to take notes of all of those things. And then I'm going to want to do some follow-up research, which means I have another deliverable in between these, which is going to be notes on sources. Okay, so I'm going to need some notes on sources from this thing, and then those are going to inform some follow-up research. And then separate from that, so I'll put that kind of first because it's a high priority thing. If I talk to him, I know even if I don't know a lot about the topic, I can at least rely on my debate review chops and maybe get through the conversation. Another thing I probably want to have done is, let's think. Oh, questions, of course. Preguntas por mi conversation with him. So that's going to have to happen in between these. Let's think. What else? And can you guys see this okay? Looks like you can. Okay. What else? So I'm going to need to do that. There's going to need to be some follow-up research. I think I'll have time. And here's another thing that I like to do with work is I will put a little circle, and that's my indicator for time. I want this is going to take, let's see, actually, let's go to YouTube. I think this is his channel.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of
Okay, Vegan Gains calls out his hypocrisy. Damn. So he doesn't talk to him, but this will probably, oh man, I don't want to have to watch Vegan Gains. Okay, we're having a bust out notion now. FYI, this old document is totally up and available on Patreon. So if you're a patron, feel free to go there and enjoy that. Let's go ahead and make a document for this. We'll keep it vague because, again, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do now. Okay. And I do vaguely remember, I think, watching one of the gazillion fucking Destiny conversations with Vegan Gains. I don't know what happened like semi-recently, but they've been talking like a fuck ton, I feel like, relative to what it used to be. And also, let me know if you know the lore on this. I feel like Steven has like steered away from talking to a lot of the people that are in like that Avi Discord with all the debate bro people. I don't know what any of it's called or what any of the particulars are of that drama. He seemed to avoid it. I thought Vegan Gains was a part of that, and so yeah, I don't know. He's tough to talk to, I feel like, but which is funny because like the very first thing I saw of Vegan Gains a long time ago seemed pretty good to me. Like I remember coming away being like, oh, that was like a challenging conversation. But maybe it was like rose tinted glasses. And I think the same that I do now, that it's challenging in a way that is not necessarily entertaining for me as a debate reviewer, but maybe it was more entertaining when I did not have to think as a reviewer. Maybe it was just good content. I don't know. It's early for me, but it's like 4:30 in Vegas. How's it going? It's going good. Left bit of Notion is cut off. Oh, okay. Good note. Let me see. Yeah, you're definitely right. Let's go ahead and pull that bad boy back a little bit there. Good to know. I would bet you that the left side of this is probably cut off too, no? Maybe. One thing unique about him is how much sarcasm and derision he can endure and still come back with a chipper attitude for more. Just tuning in, is your Saturday interview comparable in structure and intent to the Mr. Girl conversation? No, not really. Um, like, no, not at all. Actually, I like. It's more of, I don't think we've ever. No, we have had this. There is a very niche book smarts video where I talk to a graphic design person. I'm asking them questions. It's going to be more like that. I'm just treating this guy as an expert who has spent way more hours than me investigating this topic and has a better collection of sources. And, I want to pick his brain as an expert. So I don't think we've often seen me be in that position with people. Normally, like, I've seen their debates and I'm there to critique their debates, or I'm there to like inject some idea that I have about how they could improve or figure out why they're doing something that I think is bad or whatever. With him, it shouldn't be that. And actually, that's a good note. Like, we talked about purpose here, and that's kind of what we are filling out here. I will do questions on. Okay, well, that's going to be a huge deliverable. Oh, well. Yeah, those questions should really focus on research and arguments and not so much on like his performance in debates. So I'll put a little note there. Because I don't want to like be up on him about debate performances or whatever. Um, yeah, I swear to God, he had conversations with Destiny, and not about this. I thought he had conversations with him uh about vegan stuff. Oh, here, vegan debates. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see. Debate a vegan live. Philosophy and ethics vegan debate. Taking call-ins. Vegan outreach stream. Eating animal products is unethical. Change my mind. To philosophy, because I don't necessarily care about the veganism. What I care about is like seeing the counters to Destiny's arguments. But I guess I'll get that through osmosis by watching that other video, which I have linked in my Notion document. So not too worried. Let's see. Vegan Canes is excellent popcorn content. Yeah, I suppose so. Tumbles. One a thing unique about him is how much. Sorry, I already read that. Sorry. You mean the convo with the graphic designer about AI? Did you ever release that video? I think that I did. Yeah. Um. Yeah, because no matter what, it would have been a VOD. Yeah, he debated Destiny, and from Destiny's perspective, he went into super, super, super weeds, and Destiny threw his hands up, just going off fuzzy memory. Yeah, I just don't know where the fuck that is. Destiny debates perspective philosophy. That was 3 years ago. Ethics, use of force, and veganism discussion with perspective philosophy. That was 2 years ago. It just a bunch of socialist debates. Let's see if I can get it with veganism. And if anybody can find this and you want to help me, I would definitely appreciate it. Yikes. I know a certain somebody that would probably love to watch me sit through that, but not happening. Let's see here. Maybe this ethics and veganism discussion with Destiny. It's just these are so old. I'll put them down. This is a okay, we'll get share, copy. Yeah, I don't think this is it. Are you streaming on YouTube as well, or where is this chat coming from? Yeah, it's on YouTube as well. Um, actually, Daniel, if you remember, uh, the most recent perspective philosophy conversation with Destiny about ethics, or like more specifically about like animal ethics or animal considerations or whatever, let me know, because that's currently what we're looking for. It was in Tom Foolery's channel, maybe a better search vector. Okay, good plan. Let me finish this real quick just so that I have it in here. This is 2 years ago, which is probably more relevant. So let's get share on that. Copy. This is 2 years ago, and then I'll take your advice and we'll go to we'll go to that person's channel. Um, I don't think I saw that. I don't recognize it. Interesting. Are you a vegan? No, I mostly avoid meat out of like practical reasons, but I feel like it's morally justified to like be a vegan. And I will admit that does push me to generally avoid meat stuff. But honestly, if I'm just being honest with you, it uglies up my kitchen. I have to fucking bleach everything and bleach the fucking sink, and it's gross, and I don't know exactly when it's cooked, and I have to use temperature probes because I'm fucking colorblind, and I don't cook it enough to like know exactly what the time is on my oven or on my skillet with like my burner settings. So I just find it to be a fucking hassle. Like I only ever really cook chicken if I'm putting it in a curry, and I always worry because like I understand that it boils in the curry for like 15 minutes, so like maybe it'll be okay, but that's only a simmer. Like I stress out about it way too much, and so I find chicken to be a hassle. It almost seems like God is giving me a bunch of indications that I probably should not be cooking chicken because of just how easily it can make me sick and the amount of work that it forces me to do. And even something like beef, like both of these things, if you don't freeze them very shortly after purchasing them, they just go bad. And they're not cheap. Meat is not cheap. Like I lose a bunch of money because I so often have to throw it away. Like it's just such a hassle. And I just don't like dealing with meat. It's just so much easier cooking veggies. So generally that's what I do. Counterpoint brisket. Feels like most people agree with vegan arguments, but a lot fewer actually follow through, so to speak. Yeah. And sorry, I will not lose track of that comment. I am keeping track of the various threads of what we're supposed to be doing in my brain, but I do like going off on my tangents. um what was it called? I think this should be required. Rational arguments or whatever. Oh, these, yeah. This video I think should be required watching. Like if you watch me and you like the way that I think, watch this. Watch all of the videos in this vein from Rational Animations about this. The title is There Are Vast Tragedies Happening Right Now That We Are Failing to See. This is such a useful philosophical concept. So to TLDR it, there are evils that exist that sometimes we don't take action on, or few people see them. But then when you zoom out, when you're like 1,000 years in the future, it should have been super obvious that some of these things were problems. Like one example is slavery. A lot of people engaged in slavery. A lot of people were complicit about slavery, even though it came to a head where like most people kind of understood that it was bad morally or whatever the fuck. Hold on. Stupid Mac. Again, also, if you're a Mac person, when I put in my preferences that I want the computer never to go to sleep or never to log me out, it still logs me out, and I have no idea why. I'm on battery power and everything. I hate Macs. I hate them with all of my soul, but it's probably just because I'm ignorant and don't know how to use them. Anywho, that tangent aside, comment down below if you can help me or DM me on Discord and walk me through it. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so this invisible monsters concept. So something like slavery, right? A lot of people were complicit in it. A lot of people, even once they realized it was bad and like agreed with abolitionists, disagreed with their methods, or they couldn't be bothered to vote about it, or they thought that it was like a failing endeavor, even if they agreed with it, which I think is kind of like where we're at with veganism for a lot of modern people in the Western English speaking countries. Like they seem to, like you said, agree with the arguments and whatever, they just don't do anything. These are invisible monsters, and the philosophical concept is like you have a lot of these in history. Like maybe one that we're not looking at right now is how important it should be that we're able to leave the planet. Like if anything happens on Earth, like let's say there's a nuclear holocaust, or there's a solar flare that takes us all out, or makes Earth uninhabitable for one reason or another, or we start fucking with a chemical that we don't realize the long term side effects of and we destroy the ecosystem, or there's a gazillion ways we could fuck up the Earth. And if we're not like properly set up to either have like protected bubbles on Earth that will save us from the consequences of our own actions or of nature, or B, we don't have like, you know, some investments in other planets and other places that won't be impacted by those events, we're just fucked. Like we just lose, or we're set back to the Stone Age, or our population is set back to like whatever can live in the bubbles, and we're fucked. Like that's kind of a big existential problem. So like there are some people that take that really seriously, whether you believe him and take him at his word or not. Like the marketing behind Elon Musk kind of tackles this idea that this should be something that we focus on and should be a high priority, because like every moment that we dedicate to that problem now, as soon as possible, holds just tons of benefits for us in the future. It's like retire or investing in your retirement when you're really, really young. Like for every 100-year jump that we have in getting closer to like being able to establish colonies off the planet, or in finding another habitable world, it could benefit us just so fucking much in the longer term, in like the thousands of years that happen next in human history, assuming we're privileged enough to have that. And so I think one of these invisible monsters, and I think the video references it too, is probably people that are eating animals, and the way that we treat animals at the very least. Like here, I think it probably talks about it or something. Like it is kind of fucked up, and we seem to be at the point where it's not an invisible monster anymore. Like a lot of us can see it. Like the idea of invisible monsters is not everybody sees them immediately. If you're a slave owner back when slavery is common, or you're a business person making a lot of money off of it, you might just dead ass not see the problem because you have a million reasons not to look at it. But a lot of people start to see it. Like at first, you know, it's just crazy abolitionist people, and then it's like the people that the abolitionists, you know, lobbied in Congress, and then it's like a bunch of senators and people with power, and eventually you hit a critical mass of people that see the invisible monster on the horizon, that they take collective action to stop it, and it's not invisible anymore. It's very tangible to people. And then once you get past the point of defeating the monster, whether that's like polio or HIV or malaria medication or vaccinations around the world or anti-slavery laws or labor practices, whatever, like then it's easier from that point of view in the future to look back and see that, yeah, there was an invisible monster and a lot of people saw it early, but there was not a lot of action on it. And I feel like, you know, factory farming and stuff is probably one of these invisible evils. Or like I can't help but feel like when I hear Destiny talk about like any of his arguments for why animals shouldn't get like a very much moral consideration, I feel like it's like, nah, something's striking me as wrong about this, like at an intuitive level. Like I feel like you're kind of just justifying not looking at the invisible monster. And I feel like I would be much more comfortable if you would just acknowledge that there's an invisible monster there. Just so that other people, like, we can start moving forward even if you don't take any action. I feel like identifying that the thing exists is really helpful. And so yeah, definitely watch this video. I would highly recommend it. I'll even put this in the notes. And I'll just put it in here. And again, if you're a noteworthy person on the Patreon, you'll have access to that. It's only $3 a month. I would appreciate the support. It's helpful to, want to go ahead and do hours and hours and hours of research and talking about this stuff and whatever. But yeah, we'll put that in there. Let me go ahead and catch up with the comments before we. No, actually, before I do that, I should just look up the thing that you guys mentioned earlier. One sec. I love the scrolling on Mac mouses as well. They're so good. I reversed the direction of scrolling on the mouse, and now it's kind of fucked me because it's clearly not meant to work this way. Tomfoolery. Okay, we have to look this up on tomfoolery. And let me go ahead and catch up with you guys here. One thing about perspective philosophy is he is Catholic and was willing to fight with Destiny about whether or not consciousness is based in an immaterial soul. Wow, okay. That's an interesting approach. I'm a bit behind on stream because I'm getting ready for work, but I was just curious about your overall thoughts on the Destiny abortion debate on the Whatever podcast. Yeah, okay. This is a major tangent, but a TLDR on that, because I'm here and I'm streaming for you guys, whatever. It doesn't really matter. I think Professor Trent Horn, very, very good arguer. He came prepped. He had really good questions. I felt like in the beginning of the conversation when he had control over it, and to reference our notes, because, may as well if I took the time to whoops, not that one. That's secret. If it ever comes up again, I'll be prepared. Which it might, because people attack XQCM people all the time, so maybe it'll come up again. This whole intro, moral facts, consequences, the different kinds of life and whatever, he did really good. Like the professor did really good in all of this. I feel like he posed a lot of like good challenges to Destiny, made him bite some, bullets that might be good for his side, whatever. When Steven got control again, I think Steven did really, really good when he's in control of the conversation, able to push him and make him look bad for not engaging with the hypotheticals and all that kind of stuff, especially after just ceding so much power to him in the beginning of the debate. I think Destiny did really, really well. So that's kind of the power struggle overview. And then in terms of arguments, like, I think that Steven's position makes sense, but unlike Trent's, it is very subject to change. Like, it's based on just what researchers tell him about when consciousness starts and whatever. And I feel like consciousness is such a vague thing at this point that we don't seem to understand super well. And another thing that we'll get into when we start doing our research in a bit is consciousness, sapience, and sentience are three very different things that I feel like I don't understand the lines between very much. But I feel like we're going to need to break that down and really hone that in, especially for the latter part of this. Like talking with friends and family and talking with Destiny, I'll just go ahead and put it here. We're definitely going to need, like, what is it called? Okay. And while I'm here, I'll also put that we're going to need to, before the talk with Destiny, we're going to need to understand. He has this argument about semantics that I think I need to be able to engage with before I talk with him. I don't think I saw that. I don't recognize it. Okay. Let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. On the topic of something being morally bad, but people ignoring it until it's in their face, there's a hilarious Shane and Gilly sketch about civil rights and football that follows along with this. Okay, I'll add it to my list of things to watch. Shane and Gilly. I'll just put it on here and I'll probably watch it at a later. The last white football team, is this it? I presume. I'll just copy this. Let me know if that's wrong and I'll adjust it later, but I just want to quickly set it aside. Okay. And we'll pretty this up a little bit so it doesn't bother me. There we go. Gotta keep organized. That's also a tip I have for people that cook in the kitchen. If you're constantly cleaning while you're cooking and doing dishes while you're waiting for things to boil, and you just really try to optimize your time in the kitchen, you'll have way less of a mess at the end. I feel like a big reason people tell me that they don't cook is because they have to like do all this shit with like cleaning, and they hate that. And it's like, dude, if you're having to do a gazillion things with cleaning and that's overwhelming you, you're probably just not being smart with your time in the kitchen. Like you need to be like cleaning the whole time that you're in the kitchen. You need to not just put a bunch of dishes in the sink and then do it after, or like not clean the counters while you're doing stuff. I think I have to maximize this to look anything up on the channel. Let's see here. We want perspective. We'll start with that. We'll see what we get. Vegan debate. Okay, tomfoolery talks the perspective philosophy about veganism. Probably not what I want, but we'll host Destiny versus on whatever podcast, abortion debate and human consciousness. Vegan debate. Talking to Charlie about whether or not animals should have rights. Vegan Gains versus Destiny review 10 months ago. Maybe. Hopefully he has it linked in the description. He doesn't. Destiny and vegan debate.
Every time.
I was just pointing out.
Humans versus pigs. Destiny debates vegan. No, that's Vegan Gains though. Oh, I probably picked the wrong thing. I don't know. I don't think I can find it. I'm just gonna give up on this one, but I will add this in, I guess. Again, if you can find it, just link it to me and I'll put it in our notes. But this is versus what is his name? Tomfoolery. And I'll check the chat and I'll get caught up in a second here. Did I copy that? I'll just make sure real quick. There we go. And we'll resize this to what it should appropriately be. Wait, I lied. That's not the name of the show. Okay. Did you spend a lot of time writing about this invisible monster concept or organizing your thoughts on it in some way, or are you just super smart? That was a really good explanation. No, I do think I took notes on it at the time. It's probably buried somewhere in my Notion files, but I did take notes, but I don't think I engaged with the idea a lot. I mulled it over in my head quite a bit though. Like I find that a lot of the rational animation videos make me think a lot, like over a long period of time, just like chewing the thoughts over in the background, which I feel like is where a lot of the good stuff comes in. Let's see here. Invisible, yep. Sapient seems to be an exclusive human trait, right? That's the one with a, well, I guess we'll figure it out in a GIF here. Oh, oops, I thought you were specifically looking for the one from a few weeks ago. What's the interview Saturday? Are we interviewing book? No, it's me interviewing perspective philosophy because I want to have some kind of educated way of jumping into this research beyond what we're about to do. A big tip that I have, even if you're like doing research on a topic in your personal time or you're doing it for school or whatever, like researchers will respond to your emails. Experts oftentimes will respond to your emails. They will give you free articles that are paid because, in case you didn't know, I could be very wrong, but I don't think that I am. Most researchers actually don't make any money really when they publish something in like a prestigious journal. Oftentimes, I believe you also have to pay money to get published in those places. So like it is, they have really no incentive to like paywall their articles. And if you just ask them for a free copy, they will just give it to you. And likewise, a lot of them, because they research this all the time and they're not exactly internet celebrities or whatever, they're okay with writing out like long responses to questions that you have or giving you pointers on like, what would you say is the required reading on this topic? Or like, what are the top 5 things somebody should read to like have a good grasp of this. Like they've spent years researching this stuff and they've read a lot, and you can take a lot of shortcuts by just building off of the work that other people have already put in. And I think you should always leverage that with anything that you're researching. You should try to do that if at all possible. Um, Even me, when I review debates and stuff, it, back when I used to do it more regularly as a job, I'll sit there and I'll listen at 3x or 3.5x speed, Irrelevance take on it, or Chud Logic's take on it, or of course Destiny's take on it, or Vosh's take on it, because I like having an idea of what exists in the public consciousness around this conversation, because that's typically what I'm going to have to deal with in chat when I talk about things. And if I don't address some of the points that those influencers found to be very, very important or like damning or whatever, I look like I just didn't engage with the topic, even though I just have my own perspective on it, like usually not impacted by those people unless I watch their thing. And so it's a good thing to keep in mind. And that's a very minor example of the expert thing. Like I'll go and watch other people because they sat there and talked to chat for hours and whatever, and I can easily digest that really, really quickly. And that's a good starting place to go to. It'll at least give me some little bookmarks of what I should be paying attention to when I get into the conversation. And because they're watching it, I have like an engagement with the source material in the background through listening to that stuff. And so in that way, I actually, by the time I get to actually review the video in full and take my notes on it, I've watched it maybe once or twice or three times at that point by watching other people react to it. And so, it doubles as like another run through of the content through somebody else's eyes. And that can be helpful a lot of the time. So yeah, that's me caught up with chat. Now I'm going to try to focus for a little bit. I will go back and reread everything, so feel free to post, but I'm going to try to focus on getting some things done on my things here. So we have a lot of things that we can watch that will be good to do, but I want to go back to here. I actually think I'm going to bump this up to here, because I should definitely do that. The time that these are going to take, let's think. Let's see. How long are my videos? I think the tomfoolery is like an easy one to get done. That's 20 minutes. So we'll put that in here. And then we'll bring that to the front. What else is in this little list for us here? We have this review. Let's see how long this is.
Are you ready for this?
Fuck, it's 3 hours. Okay. Yeah, all right. So it's going to be 3 hours. It's going to be more because I'm doing it with you guys. Let's think. Okay, so there's those. I can't find this, so I'm gonna just mark that as like purple because I'm gonna need to find that at some point, and I'm waiting on it. These notes are gonna kind of apply to everything. The follow-up research is also gonna kind of be waiting on finding this video. This one though I can definitely do, and I think I should do, and then this one will be kind of secondary to that. So and again, I am colorblind in case you didn't know. So if these colors make no sense to you and are not intuitive, like green is typically like go, go, go. You can do that first. Yellow is like do that immediately after. That's good to do. This pink or purple color, I'm pretty sure it's pink, is like it's waiting on something else. And the thing I'm waiting on is finding that actual video. And then that'll be done. And I'll have questions after I watch all of this. And then I should be ready with my talk with him. I think that this basic follow-up research I'm going to put here because that should really happen after I watch all this different stuff. And there we go. And even if I was writing like an essay for somebody, I'll generally have some outline like this where I'm like, okay, look at the top level of all this, look at the top level of all that, you know, and then I'll keep adding little sub points to it, like, ooh, this article is really good, but it'll take forever to get through. Let me just set that aside on my to-do list and give some kind of time estimate for how long that'll take, and et cetera, et cetera. You just keep doing that. I guess I can't post links in the chat. Probably not in YouTube chat, no. But if you can just type the title of it, I can search it on YouTube. Animals are innocent. Not all of them. You know what, Fakery? You're another person I should talk to. Fakery, if you're free at all, like in the next few days, let me know. I'll kind of put this as like a floating thing, but you're somebody whose opinion I value, and I know that you read formal stuff and you think a lot about things, and I do believe that you have like a pretty firm stance on this. So talking with you might be something good. Let me know if you're free, and I would love to do that with you at some point. It doesn't have to be on stream either. We could do like an off stream thing, but that would actually be cool to do. Here's an extremely interesting talk on the topic of animal intelligence. This guy is so good at doing presentations. Using AI to decode animal intelligence with Ozaroskin. You really like this Ozaroskin guy. Okay. Let's go ahead and put it in our reading list here. This is using AI to decode. Okay. Okay, that's 49 minutes. All right, all right. Let's go ahead and get a share link of that. And that's going to be, we're going to round that up to an hour. And then I'll put it on our little thing here. But again, not an immediate priority, but maybe something that can be done in between here. Let's put the Ozaroskin AI. Okay. And that's not waiting on anything, but it shouldn't really come before these, because I should focus on perspective philosophy stuff before talking with them. But that should happen at some point, I think. Talk about what? I am free Sunday anytime. Okay, so I'll put you here. Cool. And then I'll make that blue. That's queued up. We'll do that. Okay. Again, I am still behind, but that football sketch that you pulled up is the correct one. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Cool. So that's a fairly decent outline. I think we should probably, I know that this is short, but I'm going to do the vegan gains one just because it'll clock hours on the stream and it's going to take a while. And then if I still have like time and energy, I'll do the tomfoolery one. But this is, again, like I said before, if you watch somebody else's reaction, you'll at least get to double dip. I'll learn about the vegan gains one and get those arguments, as well as perspective philosophy's take. And I think that'll be a helpful starting point for us. Again, I would really like to get this debate, but I don't even know if that exists. The fact that I'm having such a hard time finding it, and I would imagine that perspective philosophy would want to upload this video, and the fact that I couldn't immediately find it on his channel might be an indication that it doesn't exist. I made it up. Source, I fucking made it up, dude. That might be the outcome of that one, but we'll see. Okay, I'm gonna jump into that and actually just watch that real quick. And from there, we'll have some sources that we could probably begin to look into here. What was that intro?
Are you ready for this?
Sorry, bot people.
So, we are going to review Vegan Gains versus Destiny, screaming at each other in an insane debate.
Let's do this properly, too, because you don't need to see my whole screen for this. Ugh, I love that it does that. I love that it makes my shit invisible. That's so nice. I have to delete whatever program that is. I think it's like some kind of window management thing that I still haven't deleted off of my computer. Okay. Let me try to use Stream Deck for this. I believe we should just be able to click video and then we're good to go. Of course we're not. Let's see here. Should be YouTube 1 and we'll set it to this one. Great. That looks wonderful. Great to see you, Bookie. I saw you were streaming again, but my first chance to actually tune in and watch. Much love. Thank you, Muwe. Good to see you again, bro. Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see the regulars coming in, able to provide content again to the the collection of people who support me and love me and are nice to me. A lot of people aren't, bruh. It's rough. It's rough being a book out there, bruh. Probably deserved because I understand I've had my fair share of controversy over the years, but good to have the people that keep coming for it and seem to get a kick out of it. I'm just waiting for my note application to reboot. I had to close it because it fucking went invisible on me. Booksmarts addicts, we need our fix. Well, I am happy to provide. I am back on the streets dealing, I'll just start it up and wait for this notes program to get going here.
This is like their millionth debate. I never get debates for whatever reason. Vegan Gains, just for being a big fancy channel, gets all the debates, okay? So I'm...
To be fair, once you get perms, you could hop in and bother him at any time. Although, granted, if you have a grading debate style, like, it might be difficult, or it's on a topic like abortion or veganism that he hates, you're probably going to struggle. But, like, as long as you have the perms, you could jump in there at on some of his downtime and talk. I don't feel like he's, like, gatekeeping that, or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's something I don't know going on there. There's not many people who do this type of streaming, I think. It's so cozy or something. Yeah, like Fika. It's very cozy.
If anything, a little bit peeved. Where's my socialism debate, Stephen? Right,
oh,
okay.
Yeah, he hates that
Let's watch this inevitable shit show, shall we?
With holocausting said human beings. And then
wait.
Why is it always...
You actually...
So
I don't know what you mean by many differences.
Yeah, you keep screaming, I don't know what you mean, and then you keep talking. I can just tell you what I mean. Do you want me to tell you what I mean? Or do you want to keep grandstanding?
Please.
Okay. What do you think anthropomorphic means?
Hey, nice to see you again. I'm a neuroscience PhD student, so if there's any neuro questions you have during your research, let me know. Well, if you want to, again, my DMs are open on Discord. You can use !Discord and join the Discord server, and then you can see me up at the top of the user list. Just, reach out to me. Let me know about your availability, what days and times in PST, and, if you could just give me some sources right off the rip or some YouTube videos or something that you feel like is approachable for a novice and outlines good points about animal intelligence or whatever, or you have opinions on what Destiny has talked about on the topic, then let me know, because that would be helpful.
Well, humanize.
Yeah, I don't have to humanize a human.
I don't even know why I bothered arguing that point with you, but...
First of all, if I'm looking at the brain, I'm like... and you laughed and you said, oh my god, obviously the structure's different. So tell me, what structure's there at 9 months? It's not here at 100 days. You want to look at the pictures? Now we're looking at it.
Okay. My guess, for most of this, Destiny's going to troll Vegan Gains. That's what happens every time. Let's see if I'm right.
Damn, okay.
So tell me, we're looking at the picture.
I'm not saying there isn't a structure that isn't present.
Oh, so they're structurally identical then.
Like,
so when you say structurally, these two things are different?
Okay, Destiny, if I were to show you...
Like, I'm guessing Vegan Gains is saying that there is the actual, essentially, there's a difference between the part of the brain and essentially the neural connections within that part of the brain that essentially allow for the capacity to perform a specific act. So, for example, you might have a frontal lobe, like the sort of, your cortex, but the interconnections between the various parts of the brain, between the various,
Can I fuck you guys a little bit? Do I have your consent? Can I just slip in with a 3.5x speed? If I was off stream, I would be 3.5xing this, dude. Can I just do that? I would love to just do that on you.
In that same part, even within the same part of the brain, which allow for essentially certain specific actions to function, are not formed at birth. Which we kind of know.
I consent. Okay, sorry, VOD people. Fuck it. I can't even see how high I'm getting. Can we get much higher? Yeah, we can get higher than that. Let's do 3.5. I'll just...
This is the development of essentially brain directly onto output. Right? He's saying that essentially is not there. And so individuals have capacity to form specific. Whilst Destiny's saying because they have those specific parts of their brain, then they can in theory perform those acts. One, and they can just all bullshit because it's like very good for a certain brain. Brains are not as like basically what essentially if you remove part of the brain, that part of functionality is necessarily gone. You've got people that lose large quantities of the brain, right? Humans drop, they have small amounts of brain, right?
Okay, I am a little bit rusty. Let's put that at 3, huh?
They might be still relatively high. They might still have all the autonomic functions. So you know, it's not as simple as take part of the brain out. The brain no longer is able to perform those tasks because the brain plasticity, like causes the brain being compensated. You have people who certain functions move from one part of the brain to the other, and that changes how the function works. It's like freak, they go same freak, it's like everything. Whereas the understanding of humans, the scan him, they believe that he's mathematical reason how moved where his eye function is, and because the neurological connection between the neurons are so dense in where your eye movement is because of the complexity of the function, because of how dense they are compared to the mathematical reason, he's essentially like massively up his processing power in terms of his thinking, the capability of thinking. But like that seems to go against the idea that like the specific capacity is tied to a specific part of the brain. So yeah, we'll see. Let's go.
Two things I wanted to bring up. First was about Fuentes. You actually missed kind of a funny opportunity too.
I love just, you can tell how fucking slow Vegan Gains is because like it was a bit of a struggle with perspective philosophy, and then Vegan Gains comes on and it sounds like he's somebody at like 1.5 or 2x.
And there's him on that Fresh and Fit stream. Zerka said that Fuentes was a straight white male. You should point out that he isn't straight. He's just a white male.
I mean, like, I think we got to that later when we started calling it cut, but whether or not he's gay is just like accusations, so I actually prove that, right?
Okay, well, let's be real. But anyway, other thing I wanted to ask you about. You're on that other like Red Pill podcast or some shit, and you're debating those conservative women on abortion. That
Who beat Destiny? Yes.
was a super cringe debate. They're terrible.
I don't know. It's I think they about Destiny.
Damn.
How come you used the like you went with the position that fetal sentience or fetal consciousness arises around 20-week mark?
I am actually going to note that. That is an interesting take. He thinks that for those that maybe are not understanding, perspective philosophy said he thinks that the women did better than Destiny in that 2v1 abortion debate. I don't really agree with that, but maybe an indication of some frustration with Destiny, because I feel like it's a bit of a strange take, but I don't know.
Versus your position with me where you cared about language.
My position with you, language was differentiating human consciousness versus animal consciousness. My argument with them was when consciousness gets started.
But why would that matter if it's moral consideration? If it's why does it matter if it's human or not human? Like, and also you could say that consciousness on the language isn't human anyway, because that's one of the
It does matter if it's humans or non-humans, because he sets humans aside as a category all their own for like what seems like at least a few different reasons.
It's human functionality, so it doesn't have language, it's not human, it's pre-human, so even the conscious shouldn't be valuable to you. So go for the other day, yeah.
Okay.
No, because it's natures of conscious. Okay, he already, I feel like, doesn't. Okay, this is where we be careful, right? This is where we think back to our flow chart. Remember, we're not here to criticize perspective philosophy or his takes or like his takes about Destiny. We are here, like it's like we broke into a trap house and we're here to like, get our confidential informant out of the house. We're not here to bust everybody for the drugs or the prostitutes, okay? That's not what we're here to do, but I will take a little bit of a note of it. I'm just going to note that. And I'll review our notes in a bit, but I want to get a few down before we do. The how dare you debate? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it is the how dare you debate. I always spell consciousness wrong. I got to get better at that.
But you, like, again, that doesn't exactly follow because, okay, even if we grant that consciousness arises around the 20-week mark, you said the differentiating factor between humans and animals is language when it comes to...
I agree, DJ, but this is what Destiny's argument is. It's not mine. Like, I don't think that what defines us as human is essentially our capacity, linguistic capacity, so that's what Destiny's arguing for.
Your conscious experience.
So that was one differentiating factor, but I mean, I think capacity language shows that we have a wholly different type of sentient experience than whatever even the smartest animal has.
Okay, how? Why? What reason do we have to say that?
Okay, I'm going to note that. Wholly different type of sentient experience than animals because of language, which I feel like is the core of his argument.
You don't get in language necessitates that we have a radically different form of sentience.
Right, but you said that fetal ability to either...
And again, you see that sentience is like a key thing here. Actually, we should probably just do the sentience thing just real quick. I actually think that has immediately presented itself as far more important than anything else here. Sentience versus sapience versus consciousness. There we are. And I'll go ahead and change scenes here just so you guys could see all that. I think screen is probably what I want. And instead of monitor, we do internet, and then we select internet as this. Okay, there we go. I set up all my scenes in advance with some people from my Discord, so thank you to those people. It's benefiting you guys here. We'll just go to Reddit because it's not really super duper important. The root of the word sentience is the Latin sent, which means to feel. Therefore, sentience implies that a creature has phenomenal qualia. Okay, let's do this. Sentience. And that should mean that we have phenomenal qualia. And again, I'm getting this stuff off of Reddit, but it's okay because we're putting them in notes and we can change them later as we learn more information. So totally fine. Don't worry too much about the quality of your sources, at least initially, as long as you're holding on to them loosely. We can change them later. A human knows what it is like to taste something sweet, and a bat knows what it is like to see in sonar vision. Okay, so okay. Sapiens means thinking generally, and I would argue that anything that computes is sapient. But many people only allow sapiens that is capable of freeform thought. So sapiens is thinking. Okay, so it's a whole other topic. We'll put sapiens and sapiens. So I feel like we're already probably using sentience wrong, although I'm not confident enough to say that. I probably want to talk about sapience then. Conscious is pretty debatable. I have personally settled on a definition that's somewhat analogous to sentience, any being with a private, subjective, first-person phenomenal self. Okay, so consciousness is going to be our trickier one here. If the people in the philosophy Discord or philosophy Reddit are kind of struggling with it, probably indicates we're going to have some problems with it later. Private, subjective, first person. I'm just going to put this in quotes so that I know that came from somewhere. I could Control F search it on the internet later if I want to find it again. The emphasis here, however, is on the private and subjective parts, not the phenomenal part, which is debatable. Okay, private. Okay. I'm just getting down some basic notes here, and then I'll check back in with you guys about that. Okay, so there's that. And now I'm going to get off of Reddit, and we're going to get back to what is MDPI? Let's see. Okay. Here it is. Whoop. I think I hella passed it here. I think I passed it again. Where is my... Dude. Sapience is responsible for states of awareness, while sentience is responsible for states of feeling. Sentience, that lines up. We have sentience is to feel, and we have sapience states of awareness. Involves thinking. I'm going to put down here awareness. Let's get to that. Sapience is responsible. Control F. Oh, here we are. So let us review our notion of consciousness. So what section of the paper are we in here? So I have my bearings a little bit. I've never engaged with this. The composition of consciousness and its conditional nature. So we outline this. Okay, I'm just going to read. So let us review our notion of consciousness. It is determined by sapience and sentience, both of which may be seen as ontological in that they have states of being and a population of concepts. Wow, what an awful way to write that. In the case of sapience, it has cognition, a multidimensional concept that includes attributes like awareness, perception, reasoning, and judgment. Okay. Oh God, I love academia. I love academic papers. It makes me rock hard. I just get fucking sources on sources on sources. Let me go ahead and open that up in another tab here real quick. Oh, that's not helpful. Let's see. Overview and introductions, dimension of cognitive. Fuck, man. Whatever. We'll just go down there and grab it. 75. Where's it? 76. And this is what I do when I'm researching papers and stuff is I will just get titles, set them aside, And we might read them, we might not. Let's see, is this the right thing? Burdick. Okay, cool. And we don't have that paper right now, but we will later. Annoying. Is the combined experience of living not the mixture of sentience and sapient? I have to ignore you for a little bit because you're going to confuse me. I have to focus on this. I'm sorry. Because I'm going to read all those words and forget. My mental RAM is only so big. Okay, let's go back here. Fuck, man. Okay, good. The back button works. Okay. It is functionally dependent on cognitive intelligence and rationality. Okay. It is functionally dependent on cognitive intelligence and rationality. Why? Hold on. Let me reframe this real quick. So we're talking about sapience, and sapience is involving thinking and awareness. Okay. So sapience thinking is functionally dependent on cognitive intelligence. I'm going to add that here. Okay, and then I'll put it in quotes so we can grab that later. Similarly, sentience comprises affect. Get out of my way. Which is also a multidimensional concept that can be represented by valence, arousal, and intensity. Okay, more like animalistic stuff. It is also functionally dependent on affective intelligence and emotionality. As already noted, sapience is responsible for states of awareness, while sentience is responsible for states of feeling. Consciousness is more complex than either sapience or sentience or the individual states that they generate. This is because consciousness arises as an emergent property from organized sapient-sentience interaction, this being a proxy for cognition affect interaction. Who knows what that means? The nature of emergent consciousness is that it has both identity and autonomy. Okay, that's helpful, which more or less jives with what we had before. And which would seem to indicate that, again, the feeling that I'm getting, I feel like is already starting to pan out with like the way these conversations are being had. I don't feel like is very good. The concepts aren't connecting with how I'm used to engaging with them. Because for context, the last time I used to deal with this stuff was when I wrote essays and when I had to deal with like philosophy papers and stuff. To understand how conscious states emerge, it must be realized that the cognition effect interaction can be complex. From that interaction, generic rules can emerge that determine the nature of the state of consciousness through a mechanism that is a variation of that described in evolutionary economics. Okay. Here, cognition and affect are grouped into configurations of interconnected cognitive and affective structures with their. Okay, I am bored of this source. Let's go to something that might be easier to read. What we are, our voice and our heads, the soul. I propose a more limited a conscious entity is a system with an internal observer. I think internal observer is a helpful quote to have here. I'm just going to put that in here. I'm also adding a note about that. I believe sentience is a bedrock of morality. Standing on a rock probably doesn't generate any observations, certainly not pleasant or unpleasant ones. Yeah, okay. Conscious is a prerequisite. Without an internal observer, there is nothing to observe these feelings. I'm also going to put that here underneath. Okay. Oh, sorry, let me read out loud. Self-awareness is often seen as a big and crucial thing. Google when computers become and self-aware is the second suggestion. I believe self-awareness is vague and relatively unimportant. Okay. Does it mean knowing you're an entity separate from the rest of the world? I think self-driving cars can check that box. Do you check that box when you recognize yourself in the mirror, or do you need deep existential thought, I presume, this clearly wasn't read by an editor, and thorough knowledge of your subconsciousness and your relationship to the world and its history? In that case, many humans would fail that test. Fair enough. I believe self-awareness is a spectrum with many, many degrees. It's significantly correlated with intelligence, but not strongly or necessarily. Squirrels perform highly impressive calculations to navigate their bodies through the air, but these don't seem to be aware calculations, and squirrels don't seem exceptionally self-aware. I'm just skimming here. Interesting. Here is kind of something more like what Steven is saying. It seems like raw human brain power plus basic language skills equals easy access to near infinite complex abstract models. And indeed, many concepts seem to be easily taught to a speaking child. Store shoes there. Don't touch fire. Wear a jacket when it's cold outside. Simultaneously, relatively simple things that can quickly become too complex for regular humans to communicate and handle. Okay. Take COVID, for example. The virus itself is relatively simple. Exponential growth is not a new concept. Yet, our societies had and have a hard time properly Okay, this is obviously trash because this author is like uber opinionated, referencing like modern events that they seem to be very opinionated about. They're dismissive of things that seem to be important in the previous source. And what's big for me, and this is going to sound shitty, I feel like it was clearly not looked over by a competent editor because we had though instead of thoughts in here. So I'm going to kind of hop off of that source. And this is generally when I'm like at the very surface level of trying to like learn about a topic, I'm just trying to get a barometer of what's going on. And when I see things in a source that are kind of off-putting, I'm just going to move on because again, we don't want to dive too deep into anything at this point. And that's something really important to keep in mind when you're just at the top is like, you don't want to be diving too deep into this. This is cited by two people, so I don't really want to look at that. Now I'm going to move this over to something a little bit more hardcore. We're going to go to Google Scholar. I know some of you are probably laughing at that. I don't have access to like a prestigious university to look these things up, and I will take a brief break to look at the chat because I've been seeing it go on for a bit here, and I want to make sure that I respond to y'all. Come on, mouse. There we go. Is a combined experience of living not the mixture of sentience and sapience in a distinct and often individually subjective consciousness? These ideas don't connect together in a way that I'm immediately seeing, so I'm going to move on. Sorry. I don't mean to be dismissive. I just want to be quick with the time that we're spending. You can look at the first maybe 5 minutes of this for some more lucid definitions of all these words by one of the best in the field. Vervek Bach, Mind, Idealism, Computation. Wow, okay. Let's see here. Okay, probably this. God, I hope you promise me it's 5 minutes.
Bach is a cognitive scientist recognized in the field of artificial intelligence as being...
I actually don't think this is it. Fuck, and you can't... God damn it. Don't you use Discord, Daniel? Can't you just send me something on Discord? Because I can't get it if you send it to me anywhere else. I don't know if that's exactly the right video. It looks like it's a reaction to something else. Maybe it's this one? It's the same fucking guy. It's the same dude. It's this Kurt fucking Jamagungi. And I don't think that's what I want to be looking at. So until I get a link from you, we are moving on. And I do need a link from you on that. Let's see here. Just Josh's introductory statements. You can forget about Vervek in the rest of the video. I just need a link. Yep, you clicked the right one. Okay, I will just look at the first 5 minutes and hopefully this is helpful to us.
Bach is a cognitive scientist recognized in the field of artificial intelligence as being one of the most unexampled and inventive minds. John Vervaeke is a professor of cognitive science at the University of Toronto, who's one of the few scholars taking an extensive and meticulous cognitive scientific approach to the topics of wisdom, Buddhism, and consciousness. Now it's that latter topic, consciousness, that in more ways than one finds us here today. Click on the timestamps in the description if you'd like to skip this intro. My name is Kurt Mungle. I'm a Torontonian filmmaker with a background in mathematical physics dedicated to the explication of the variegated terrain of theories of everything from a theoretical physics perspective, but as well as delineating the possible connection So strange. Sometimes when this happens, it's because I'm not awake yet. It's just a lucid dream.
So you're supposed to start flying, right?
You have a method to keep yourself lucid dreaming?
I used to be able to do it quite readily in my 20s, but as I've gotten older, it's not as easy for me.
Okay, so if you can see this, type in Ned's mute. Type Ned's mute. Okay, we're seeing there's usually a 20-second delay.
Okay, sorry, not helpful. Moving on. I have to be ruthless with it, dude. I have to be ruthless with it. I'm sorry. Not helpful. Okay, let's see here. Living systems are complex, dynamic, information processing, energy consuming entity. Why is that not hyphenated? Energy consuming entity. Oh wait, I should be sorting by how much is decided. Okay, 9, not really helpful. Let's go ahead and there's no sort by citation, hey? Okay, let's look. 31, on the moral status of social robots, considering the consciousness criterion. Sentience, place of interaction. I feel like consciousness is going to be treated as a separate topic from these, and they're not necessarily going to be broken down all three at once. This is cited a lot. Maybe let's just take a peek, see what it is. Cognitive behavioral pain psychology views pain as an immediate and private subjective experience. This is coming up a lot, so probably want to look up that at some point. But close examination reveals the notion of a completely private pain sensation to be unintelligible. Using arguments developed by Ludwig, who knows, concerning the relation between pain and language, the author contends that pain experience as well as pain expression is mediated by the conceptual structure of our common language. Okay, that's fucking out there. I wonder how that's being cited. And again, this is probably not helpful for us, but I'm just curious. Okay, it's all pain stuff, not too specific. Whatever. I feel like I have the basics of what I need here, and the basics of what I need to start processing in my brain the distinction between these three concepts. So we'll switch it over to notes and we'll take a look at that for all of you. Dude, I hate that this thing is invisible. That fucking sucks. Where is the program that's doing that? 1 second. I bet you it's this Aqua Snap shit. No, it's not that. Fuck. It's one of these programs that's always on. What are you? Oh, quitting that just made my computer get real unhappy with me. I don't know why this is going invisible on me. That's so annoying. I'll open it again. Okay, I'll use fucking Discord. He was just trying to start the stream. It literally starts at that exact moment. Fuck, dude. I'll take a look at your thing. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm not about to dox everything that you send me. All right. Let's see. I don't... I have a bad feeling this is not going to be what we... You didn't even send it to me. Okay, sick. Good to know. Oh, Daniel. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to just quickly recap our notes with you guys. Hold on. Boop. Let's do notes. Dope. That doesn't work. Cool. Boom. Okay. Let's just take a look at this real quick. Also don't like that doesn't have any margin. It's annoying. Oh. There we go. Okay, animal research. We're just going to scroll down here real quick. So sentience is phenomenal qualia. This is like animalistic. I'm going to put this as animalistic. This is like pain, pleasure, redness, to feel. Differences in physical abilities like bat sonar can make up different kinds of sentience. It's awareness, perception, reasoning, and judgment, which feels like it dips into sapience, so maybe that's not right. We'll just kind of give that a little bit of an orange there. Sapience involves thinking. It's about awareness. It's functionally dependent on cognitive intelligence and rationality. Okay. I feel like I still want a little bit more on that, so I am gonna make that yellow. Consciousness is a mix/relationship between sapience and sentience. It's a private, subjective, first-person phenomenal self. It differs from the phenomenal aspect, which is debatable. The nature of the emergent consciousness is that it has both identity and autonomy, which I feel like is handy. So let's just make that green. With characteristics that are not fully determined by the properties of the sapient and sentient sources of the emergence, which is an interesting little addition. It requires an internal observer, which I think is kind of meshing with how I'm thinking about it. Consciousness is a prerequisite. Without an internal observer, there is nothing to experience these feelings. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And again, with notes, that's how I want to do it. If you're not constantly going back and engaging with your notes, you're not really getting a lot out of your notes. So that's what I have for the perspective philosophy video so far. I note these two, which are probably like not super helpful for me because they're more about his overall takes on Destiny and his arguments and stuff, which might be like a helpful throwaway question once I get in the conversation. Wholly different type of sentient experience than animals because of language. This is Destiny's remark. So I'm just going to add that in here. Okay, now boom. So again, with notes, iterate on top of them, go through them, interact with them, engage with them, start to build them up a little bit more, make them better for you. Do things like what I did with adding animalistic here and, just have a quick reference for what's sticking in your mind. And we will return to the perspective philosophy video and just continue on that. Right. And something is invisible. Probably the video.
Oh, hello.
Hey, how's it going, man? My audio messed up?
Your audio's a bit loud there. I've just turned you down, though. So I speak now there, mate?
Okay. Is that better?
That's much better. How you doing? So your name is Tom Foolery? Thomas Foolery,
wait, this
I'm
is
assuming.
The right thing.
And,
oh, okay. It's this one. God, the fucking invisibility shit is so annoying. Dude, I gotta figure out what's doing that. That's cancer. Absolutely awful. Oh man. How annoying. It has to be this YouTube one thing. It's just looking at the wrong window. There we go. Bear with me, party people.
you're a streamer or something and you debate vegan.
No, that is the wrong fucking... God damn it, dude. I'm all fucked up with all these tabs that I got going on here. Okay, now we'll have it, surely.
Well, I guess your position understand language. I don't know if you necessarily understand language, but maybe able to. I said the process of brain conscious experience emerged from 20 to 28 weeks. Well, sure.
You don't know that. I mean, because one, it's not actually, that's not scientific proof. Like, there's not scientific evidence to show that. The evidence shows that the cortex develops around that point. But the arguments to that for the cortex development to be essentially indicative of consciousness are pretty weak.
Okay, but now we're already hitting some stuff that's actually helpful for me to know. So he's saying, perspective philosophy is saying, he's saying that that it's just the cortex developing. I don't know exactly the weight of how valid that is as an argument or whatever yet, because we haven't looked into it, but I will note it because again, we're looking for things that we can kind of research later and then engage with him once we get in the conversation.
And it relies upon normally what is a consideration of higher order theories of consciousness. There's no reason to think that there isn't consciousness prior to the cortex. I think even as early as 11 weeks. This is even debated about in the literature, specifically on whether they should be administering anesthesia to...
Jesus. Okay, that's a very particular claim. I'm actually just going to look that up. I wonder where he's getting this from. It's such a specific thing. Okay, here we are. Recently, concern has been expressed regarding the potential long-term neurocognitive effects of general anesthesia during the early stages of life. In view of this, our center has developed a program in which SA may be used as the sole agent for applicable surgical procedures. While this approach in children is commonly... Okay, I'm going to find my 11-week thing in here. Okay, this is from Aronson. 22 infants, average 11 weeks within range of blah, blah, day. SA with 1% hyperbola, surgical procedures included closure. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Previous reports regarding the use of SA. Okay, let's just go to this source real quick. 15. Go Google Scholar. Cited by 28. I don't know if that's a lot, but in 1996. Most premature infants are now surviving because of advances in perinatal care. Premature infants often have congenital anomalies requiring operative blah, blah, blah. The purpose of the study is to review results with spinal anesthesia in infants. 22 infants had spinal anesthesia for surgery to the spine or lower extremity. Okay, this is going to be hard to find. I'm just going to have to ask him about this and note this. This 11-week figure. Let's see here. 11 weeks. Just gonna fuck up the whole way of writing anesthesia because I don't care. All right, let's continue here.
And it relies upon normally what is a consideration of high or lethal use of consciousness. There's no reason to think that there isn't consciousness prior to the cortex. I think even as early as 11 weeks. This is even debated about in the literature, specifically on whether there should be administering anesthesia to fetuses during abortion, because it seems that there is a solid argument to be made. And this was, I have to find the paper.
Oh, okay. Wait. That's a way better way to look this up, is anesthesia during abortions. Anesthesia or sedation for surgical abortion by the NIH. Okay, let's just do that because that's going to be a good overview. What is the optimal method of anesthesia? Okay, the aim of this review is to determine the optimal method of anesthesia or sedation for surgical abortion. At the time of development, the title and the point of reading this is we'll see other sources that are listed as like parentheticals here for why they might believe this, and then we can go read those. At the time of development, the title of this guideline was termination of pregnancy. This term was used throughout the guideline, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. Okay. Only studies conducted from 1990 were considered for this review question. Okay, as propofol was licensed in the mid-1980s, using a cutoff of 1990 gives time for anesthetics to become experienced. Anesthetist, whatever. I'm having a bit of a, what is his name? The dude that can't pronounce anything, to become experienced with the agent and not capture studies with a high complication rate due to inexperience. 11 randomized control trials were included in the review. 2 RCTs compared local and okay, I don't care about any of that. Give me the conclusion. Summary of clinical studies are presented in table 2. Okay. Quality assessment of clinical studies, economic evidence, evidence statements. Boy, this is rough. Dude, I'm just going to hop to your conclusion, bro. Because I can't be spending all my time on this. There's all your sources. And appendices. Okay, I've gone way too far. There was evidence of greater overall patient satisfaction with anxiety. No, I don't care about that. There was evidence of reduced pain during the hospital. Okay, I don't care about that. There was good evidence of improved satisfaction with pain control. I don't care about that. These are all about the women. These aren't about the child. So not helpful. I don't know. We're going to struggle with this, so I'm just going to ask him when we meet him.
That they are experiencing pain, especially towards like 18 weeks. And even sooner than that, even from early as 11 weeks.
I could agree on that, but again, your stance was if a human being was incapable of understanding language, you'd be fine with holocausting said human beings.
If a human being, well, true, so like I'd be okay with holocausting like 16-week-old fetuses, yes.
What was that?
Be okay with holocausting
said human being. Language, you'd be fine with holocausting said human beings.
If a human being, well, true, so like I'd be okay with holocausting like 16-week-old fetuses, yes. If there were human beings that could never develop the capacity for language, then
yeah, like what happens if there's a human born without the capacity to develop language that is severely disabled?
I'd probably be fine with holocausting. I don't think this would be...
What the fuck? Why do people? How can people watch that and not be like, that is absolutely morally revolting? Like, come on.
Yeah, well, believe me, buddy, I am and I do. Okay, so I'm just noting this because I mean that's a big
Man, like non-linguistic autistics, right? Like Holocaust them, man. I guess that's probably linguistic because that is non-verbal. But like, there's certainly non-linguistic disabled people, like mentally handicapped people. Like, come on, man, like fucking fascist. Like, this is eugenics, right? Like ableism and eugenics, very BDS. Like, it's just.
I guess, but yeah, you're talking about people that have that and whatever, but like, how many of them just never had it to begin with? I don't know.
It's god, it's sickening.
Human beings would be something fundamentally different.
Okay, well,
and the thing is, I'm not just saying that it's sickening from a point of revulsion. I am revolted, but I think that it is morally wrong anyway, because what is considerable is sentience and not some sort of abstract notion of sentience anyway. Like, why are we even caring about language? Like, why does any of this matter? Even, especially it's not even just language, it's the capacity for language. I don't know why any of this matters.
so there's an element of.
Okay, I'm getting worried. So I'm already seeing a dissonance that I'm gonna have to sort out before I talk to this dude, and it's seriousness. I'm having such a struggle with doing the notes correctly here. Oh, I can just switch these, can't I? No, okay, it's not set up. That's fine. We'll just switch over to notes real quick. Okay. Perspective philosophy seems not to understand why language matters at all, though this came up in surface reading about understanding the observer consciousness and the range of experiences you can have with so what I'm worried about is we immediately came on something smile we immediately came upon something in our research that seemed to point towards god, where was it? Let's check our notes real quick. Hey, I remember seeing a line in one of our sources that had to do with like I think it was this article that was poorly worded, but we'll just pop this into Google real quick and grab it. Let's see here. It was this one. There was like a mathematical thing here. Here it is. It seems like raw human brain power plus language skills equals easy access to nearly infinite complex abstract models, and indeed many concepts seem to be easily taught simultaneously. I can imagine it. Okay, I'm actually going to save this because that's helpful to us and is sticking in my brain, so it's worth just having here. Because I want to do more research into this. Because if perspective philosophy is throwing his hands up and he's like, dude, I have no idea like where this is coming from or why that's important, I don't think that Steven pulled it out of his ass. Like, I know you guys probably think I'm just so shitty to Steven, or at least some of you, but like, I don't just assume he pulls something out of his ass. I think he read this somewhere, and this seems to be referenced very quickly here. And so I bet you if I look into this, there are things that exist here. And I don't feel like perspective philosophy is probably going to give me like a good overview of this, or at best he'll give me like why he dismissed this idea. So I kind of want to do my own research on it so I come prepared with that. And I'm going to go ahead and highlight that in my notes here that I probably need to work on this. This is like a must. Is any of this making sense to you guys? I wonder.
Of being able to in the future here.
No, a conscious human experience like has a whole bunch of qualifiers to it that make it fundamentally separate from like an animal conscious experience. One of those huge distinctions seems to be our capacity for whatever a priori knowledge we need to comprehend and to play language.
That's bullshit, because I think you can see in terms of animals, they have the same rational capabilities, just to a lesser degree. Alistair McIntyre talks about this in Dependent Rational Animals. This is, if anything, this is a non-evolutionary take. Like for this, you are actually arguing for essentially.
Let me just Google that real quick. Dependent rational animals. Does he say independent here?
Just to a lesser degree. In terms of
whatever a priori knowledge we need to comprehend and deploy language.
That's bullshit, because I think you can see in terms of animals, they have the same rational capabilities, just to a lesser degree. Alistair McIntyre talks about this in Dependent Rational Animals.
Okay.
This is, if anything, this is a non-evolutionary take. Like,
dependent rational animals. I'm not gonna fucking buy this. Cool story, bro. It would be hard to think of any book of moral philosophy. Jesus Christ, like, come on, bro. I'm already not gonna read this. Okay. We'll set this aside as a source, though, that might be important to bring up. Just gonna throw that in my notes real quick as some reading for later. Under my to-do here. Okay.
For this, you are actually arguing for essentially a break away from the from our animality entirely. You're like, there is something just radically special about us that differentiates us from all other animals that's essentially emerged at the point in which you're capable of language. Where, if anything, what we see is essentially, as we scale up towards the human capability of language, we see that animals have a lesser or greater, or lesser to a lesser and greater degree, capable of concept formation, expressing decisions in relation to certain events, acclimating those reports, and acknowledging them and taking action in relation to them.
Okay. He is describing, if we go back to our notes here, sapiens. But I think that there's a different level of sapience when you have language, because like that article said, you kind of have like an unlimited amount of abstract thinking you can do once you have language. Language gives you a tool. This might even shake my previous idea that maybe some things are more conscious without language because they experience things in like a more raw form. Maybe language is like, it is kind of what Stephen is implying, that it's superpowery. I really didn't think watching this would somehow make me kind of align more with Stephen's thinking, but it so far has. I don't know. Let's keep watching.
Like, all of the sort of behavioral and conceptual prerequisites for language and rational prerequisites for language exist in animals, just to a lesser degree. They just don't have the means of creating a complex enough social structure, or rather like a psychological structure, to alienate themselves from themselves, which is actually like, this is like, you have to not only have the capacity to have language, you have to have already engaged in to be.
I totally agree with your assessment. Yeah. I like what he's saying here, though. He's finally giving some credence to the other side a little bit.
Engaging in language to a fairly decent level, where you start gaining the point of like the I, if you will. I mean, it's sort of the foundation for language, and sort of you do.
Okay, let me note this. So social structures and hierarchies give way to complex language, which then enables you to consider the concept of I, right? And this is kind of an important point for some people's idea of consciousness, is that observer. And in order to have the kind of separate observer, you might need language to get the concept of I. But I don't know. And it's so tough because, again, that line of language, like being able to communicate with something and not being able to communicate with something, you're kind of just like taking shots in the dark at whether or not they have this concept in their head. But I don't think that just because they don't have language means they can't have the concept of I. Like they probably have concepts of colors and other things that they experience that are tied to qualia. And I have no reason to believe that I is not just one of these many kinds of qualia. Whether you have the language to describe it or philosophize on the concept of I or not, you may still have all the prerequisite like mechanisms to understand I. So tricky. Perhaps I can find some sources that kind of show that this concept of I, or the thinking of I, is present in like other brains of other creatures or whatever, but that would be a super particular study. My intuition was the same as yours, but hearing the concept of language opening up almost infinite possibilities of understanding really shakes the intuitive thinking that I have going on. Yeah, but I haven't heard a compelling thing of the other side. We haven't given this guy a lot of time either. We're at 13 minutes, so I'm going to let him have the ability to stew on this.
Do need the natural capacity, I will say. Like it is tied to our intellect, like, of course, like, that's the point. But you see this as a sort of, as we gain, like, not until at least after, like, the mirror stage would a child have this. So he should be okay, really, with killing any infant under 6 months, based on the standard, at least, based on the standard, because they do not have the capacity to psychologically alienate them.
That is actually okay. And again, we flip flop. The old book smarts flip flop. Perspective philosophy. What is he saying? He's saying but Destiny has a quick counter to this idea that, like, if you're drawing the line at the concept of you should be able to kill infants up to like 6 months, because we haven't yet inserted that idea into them. Destiny talks about the capacity for language, and thus the capacity to understand I. And that's kind of a nuance that I feel like he makes clear every time he has these debates, but I'm not really hearing it in that counter argument. I feel like that you can predict what his counter to be to this would be, and I'm not hearing the next step after that. It's a lot like if we have a chess game and you're like, oh, well, I can go and I can take this pawn here, and then I'll essentially put the king in check. But the thing that he's not looking at is like, well, no, if you put your bishop there, it's immediately taken by this piece. Like, that's probably the best move he has that he'll do. So I don't care about your bishop taking this pawn and then threatening the king. I care about what happens after his queen takes your bishop, and then the game state at that point. What is your kind of counter to that move that we can predict will happen immediately after? So yeah, I've heard the idea of qualia more recently. Is that something you can define so I know what you mean when you say it? Yeah, qualia is like, it's just like pure experiences, basically. Like, colors, for instance. Like, we have a concept for colors. Like, I could say that this color is red, but for instance, and this is very convenient, I'm colorblind. So my qualia for red, what I actually see with my eyes that's processed by my brains, is fundamentally different than you as a person that can see color, your idea of red. And even between people that are the same kind of colorblind or who have, regular vision, what you see as red might be different between all of us. Or like in an article that we touched on before, it was talking about how pain is experienced differently between different people. These experiences are qualia. And it's used a lot in philosophy, and philosophy people might be upset with my explanation of it, but that's my TLDR. If there is a critical period for learning language, would you be able to argue feral children that missed that window have lost the capacity? Destiny seems to be very like consequentialist. If you gave him a hypothetical where you guarantee him that they will never be able to develop language, yeah, he probably would be okay with killing him. I think so. Like, but I don't think it really works like that in the real world. But yeah, you could cook up a hypothetical where he kills feral children, probably. What's up, Hood? Have you heard of Bunny the dog? It's a dog being trained to utilize fairly complex language. It's at a level I wouldn't have expected outside of an ape. No, I haven't. I'll go ahead and add that to our cheeky little reading list here. And let me go back up to the top here. So this is a book, which I'm just going to note. And then we have Bunny the dog. And I'm going to note that your name here so I know who to blame if that ends up being lame or cool. Okay, continuing.
themselves to the point in which they can recognize themselves in a mirror, and they certainly do not have the capacity to recognize themselves in the other, where they're capable of mimicking and mirroring the parents to the point in which they are internalizing their own self in relation to the parents. And this is developing really largely for the first few years of their life. This is so like, so I just want to say that this isn't like, come on, man.
But again, not addressing the capacity argument here.
Now, how sophisticated can a newborn do that, or a 20-year-old? I'm not sure. Maybe that is still developing, but I don't think the stages of development of human conscious experience are, we start with lizard consciousness, then we evolve to chicken consciousness, then it evolves to ape consciousness, and then we level up to human consciousness.
I mean, when we're talking about rational linguistic capacities, we can't actually...
Yeah. So, what I've written down here, and actually I'll just go to our notes and just be really quick about it. God. Lord help me with my fucking spelling of consciousness being wrong literally everywhere. So Destiny's saying, I don't think we level up consciousness over time. We don't go from like lizard to dog to ape. But perspective philosophy is saying if the catalyst for getting concepts such as I or, you know, complex thinking or whatever requires language, and language is what facilitates a lot of that, that actually might kind of be the case in, you know, in terms of like consequentially how it plays out. You might just kind of be upgrading as language is kind of like updating the software in your brain. Granted, the hardware is still there. The capability to learn those things through language is still there. But is that really the consciousness? Because consciousness is about an experience. It's about like what is internally going on. And if you kind of need language to start to unlock those things or give you the puzzle pieces to form this experience that Destiny values so much, then you are kind of upgrading over time as you're updating language and using it more. I feel like that is on its face kind of a compelling argument, in my opinion, against it, or a compelling argument to like shift your ideas here. I doubt Vegan Gains will get on that, but we'll see.
Use markers to indicate levels.
Bunny uses a massive soundboard with different words that she hits when she wants to communicate. I'm iffy on it, but it'd be cool if she does have a complex understanding language. Yeah, I guess.
Of communication, social development, rational conceptualization, in relation to things like problem-solving skills, in relation to like socially communicated concepts. So yeah, kind of.
I would imagine it's human conscious the entire time.
And even then, it's not that the consciousness is changing. What's changing is essentially our relationship to our consciousness. The value is not changing. The value is essentially the fact that we are experiencing positive or negative is what is motivating us towards the production of a kind of equipment which allows us to produce a form of self-awareness, which animals aren't.
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if it's some idea of good and bad that is pushing us to develop these things. I think it's kind of just social. It's the like parents choosing what to teach the kids or whatever.
Capable of having. It's the fact that we are animals in the first place that is moving us towards this higher level reasoning. But it's just that this is just a terrible take. It seems to go against evolution, if anything.
The parts are slowly working their way into place as you age.
Okay, so your position is language is one significant aspect, not the aspect differentiating animals and humans to where you'd be okay with holocausting one.
No, I'm sure there are other fundamentally different experiences that we have between animals and humans as well. Language is just the most sophisticated thing that we deploy, so it's one of the
I think that this is whatever you wanted to be, Stephen. And I think that you don't. It's not that you care about language. It's not that you care about human consciousness, quote unquote. It's that you want to continue eating meat and you want to essentially purport.
I gotta stop sounding like this because now I'm realizing how bad it sounds when I say the same thing. This has been insightful. We're 20 minutes in and I feel like I'm getting a lot out of it. I had to stop doing that. It sounds really bad. It's kind of shitty and sort of bad faith to say that all this is just backwards reason. Even if you believe it, I think maybe I shouldn't vocalize it because it just kind of sounds bad rhetorically.
Create a structure of reasoning which represents your desires. And this is inductive. You've started with the conclusion. You've started with the conclusion and you've sought to prove the
I'm just going to note it too.
you're seeking the evidence.
This got personal quick. It's personal the whole time, and I'm trying to ignore it, but it's seeped in, yeah, very personal. You know, yeah, it's rough. It's rough.
To prove it. It's not that you're like, well, what's the difference between animals and humans which justifies me eating them, and what makes me feel different? Because as you say, this all boils down to how you feel. It's just like axioms, or like you know, what you take the axioms like presumptions, your own desires. You're like, how do I feel? Okay, I feel like this is okay and that's not okay. Why do I feel like that? And then you
oh, whoops, I'm on notes still. Let's give you guys some video to look at. Hey,
create an ad hoc reasoning to explain why you feel like that, because that's what it
actually, let me know, do you guys want to look at my notes, or do you want to look at this video? It's not like anything's happening in this video. You just get faces to look at, really. And I guess you could watch and play a video game. If you'd preferred that I just keep the notes on screen, like, I could just do that. Honestly, if I was watching this on my phone and I was a viewer, I would probably just want to see the notes, because it's not like you're getting a lot of info from the video. But let me know what you guys think, and I can do either.
is. Why don't you just say, I don't care? Like, it would just save us so much time. It would just save us so much time if you just said, I don't care. No, abduction is, so I'll double check. I'm pretty sure deduction is reasoning from premise to conclusion, necessarily. Induction is reasoning from conclusion to premises, and an abduction is based on probabilistic reasoning.
Who is Steven talking to? He's talking to Vegan Gains.
It's like, it is like, so from an inductive perspective, the conclusion does not necessarily follow from the premises. You know, deductive reasoning, general rule, specific conclusion, always true.
The notes are more interesting. Okay, I'll just keep the notes on. That makes my life easier.
Reasoning, specific observation, general conclusion. Abductive reasoning, incomplete observations, best prediction, maybe true. So induction is like constant conjunction, and abduction is based on, like, essentially.
Okay, I really have to piss. Can I take a break for just 2 seconds? I'll be right back, I swear. 2 seconds, because if I have to pee this whole time, it's gonna fuck up my ability to, like, pay attention. So 2 seconds. I'm so comfy under my desk. Let's continue. So to catch up, Lexi, thank you for catching up, Lexi. I do appreciate that.
It's not the same as, it's essentially incomplete observations, but it's not the same as induction. It functions differently in terms of logical inference. I think the specific difference is that because really, in terms of, you're not actually assuming the conclusion first and then reasoning down, what the inductive reasoning is doing is looking at essentially a specific data set and then reasoning a conclusion which cannot be contained within that data set, essentially, or within those premises. So it's essentially, there is no reason to say that there's no necessity that it follows. It's not to say that it's assumed, but it's assumed. Essentially, it's like it may be true. It might explain it. And I think that's basically what he's doing. He's like, this might explain how I feel. Where abduction, it would be like, this is the best possible explanation I can derive for how I feel. And for that, you need more than just personal introspection.
Easiest differences to see.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get this straight. So let's assume a 20-week-old fetus has consciousness, but does not have the capability to understand language. Why would you not be okay with killing a 20-week-old fetus?
I don't know if it has. I don't know how I would even determine if it has the ability to understand language. I'm not sure. Are you saying like hypothetically, or?
It could be either one, but I mean,
what do you mean? Like, you can tell, like, there isn't, like, we have the exact same evidence to say that a dog can't understand language as a baby, right? Like you can make the same argument if you're just appealing to ignorance here. You can make the same argument that, well, I don't necessarily know my golden retriever isn't understanding the language; he's just not speaking it. It's just, like, you know, they don't act and change their behavior in relation to the sort of linguistic scenario, to the syntax and the grammar that you're essentially giving them. They're not reacting and responding in such a way that behaviorally they are participants and recipients of the language. They're not linguistic. Like, to pretend that a baby might understand a language is a bit disingenuous, if anything.
And like, you really think a fetus can understand language when even newborn children don't even have like phonemic differentiation? Like they can't even understand the difference between words and random noises.
Is that? I don't know if that's 100% true. I'm not sure.
That is. I think the ability to actually differentiate different sounds starts around 2 years old. And then
wait.
Oh no, he's so bad at this, dude. These are the words of like a guy that has like never engaged with children before, I guess. Kids can like be talking it too. What do you mean? Am I fucking crazy? I hope to he's smirking in the video, so I feel like he's probably gonna jump on this, but that is not good. That's exactly the point, that maybe reconsider the human-animal distinction. Babies have the same conception on language that animals do. Yeah.
That's when you can actually. I might be fudging up the timeline here. Might be like 1.5, but that's when starts around. The ability to actually differentiate different sounds starts.
I don't think he means sounds. I think he means specific words. That's essentially like we're talking.
I don't know. Even words. Babies talk it too. And you said I sound like Vegan Gains, bruh. You do, and you understand how bad of a remark that is now.
About like, okay, now we've got the baby that's starting to understand words.
Around 2 years old.
It's like,
and that's when you can actually.
It's usually 1 or 2. It's not specific sounds because they can understand the difference between sounds, like in general, from birth. Like that's a part of your natural faculty.
Tyro, sometimes you come back from that kitchen in your brain with a fucked up meal. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Sometimes you are cooking up the craziest arguments that the second they leave your lips, I would hope that you realize how silly they are, but you don't. Just like Vegan Gains here, dude. Not gonna lie, bro. Sometimes you have laugh moments where you just make an argument, and I feel like you have to at some level realize how silly the thing is that just left your lips, but you kind of have to roll with it now.
I might be fudging up the timeline here. Might be like 1.5, but
you think you're telling me a 1-year-old child can't differentiate between like different words and human voices, or?
So
there's a difference between differentiating between the particular utterance of the word and between words. One is a specific particular case, and the other is a universal, right? Like it is like, do you understand the difference between like mom and dad in their meaning? One is an understanding of the boundary conditions of the word, the grammatical use, the syntax in which they are being used, and essentially understand its relationship with other words in the sentence. And we're starting to see that a baby is acclimating grammar. And in the other case, what we are seeing is a child understands, can perceive the difference, can simply perceive the difference between the sound of mom and dad, you know.
I'm sure this is a growing skill, right? Sort of like, so again, I haven't looked into this in a while, but so I might be fudging some of the numbers here, but yeah, like there's a point in time where you can say for certain a child at this age can have phonemic differentiation, and there's a point in time where you can say for certain it doesn't. And for newborn children, that's absolutely the case, that they don't have phonemic differentiation. For a 1-year-old, and I might be fudging up the timelines here, apparently they still don't. They might have the ability to some degree, like they might be able to just recognize a familiar sound, like their mom's voice or something, but again, as far as
he's just making shit up on the fly, because he has halved the timeline on this. And like, unlike perspective philosophy, who, I mean, he may be citing stuff incorrectly for all I know. I mean, he's doing off the top of his fucking dome, and I don't put a lot of trust in that, but so far it's been okay, and this is his whole job. But like, Vegan Gains is not that. Holy shit, dude. It really should be perspective philosophy having these conversations, and not Vegan Gains, I feel like.
I'm aware, they can't differentiate
Actually, did you know that driving and texting in a lot of states is actually super legal? Like, when I was visiting my mom in Arkansas, she made a point to tell me, like, can you believe in Arkansas, as long as I think it's as long as you're over 21 or over 18 or something, it's totally fine to be on your phone while driving. But if you're under that, you know, age point, then you can't. So other states, I mean, it's definitely different laws.
Like the difference between a cup slamming on a table and 2 people talking.
Until what age?
I don't know about that, but I mean, like, I think they wouldn't be able to tell you what they were. I guess, innit? They wouldn't have the conceptual, like, the evaluation conceptually to know what each sound meant. They would be able to experience the difference, though, right? I would give Destiny a free subscription to my course if he wants one, 100%. If he wants to learn more philosophy, I will give Destiny a free access to my course, like, no problem.
I think
free lifetime access or whatever.
Okay, hold on. I'm not trying to, like, this is just like, you telling me that, and I might be biased because I'm dad-brained, but like, this is like you coming up to me and telling me that like black people have an average dick length of 7 feet. That's how unimaginably wild that statement is. up to 2 years old, a child can't, like, and again, I might just be biased apparently, but I'm pretty sure a 1-year-old child can start to understand sentences and stuff. I'm trying to remember, it wasn't until they were...
My girlfriend started to talk when she was like one and a half or something. Like, she just developed language really young. But it's like a symptom of autism if they develop language really young.
There's no way I wait until he was 2 to know there's 2 people talking and slamming a cup on a table. That's a wild statement. I feel like I make a bad faith accusation. I doesn't mean for to do it, but I feel like you read somewhere that children have a 2-year-old child has the intelligence of a dog, and you're trying really, really, really hard to make that stick. Because I cannot think of any world where somebody would say a 2-year-old child.
He even said though, like, be decent with him, right? Because he did say he's like, I'm probably fudging the numbers here, you know. So give the man a break. He said there is a definite point in which, and the point of what he's saying is,
I mean, to be fair, you said that he's just backwards reasoning all this just so that he could eat meat. I feel like these are very similar kinds of statements. If anything, yours is kind of more egregious, but my purpose here is not to, attack the rhetoric. I just have to focus on sources and stuff. So
it's nothing to do with the time scale. It's the fact that there is a time. So long as there is a time in which this is, that a child cannot tell the difference between certain sounds and cannot distinguish the difference between certain sounds, so they're incapable of learning language, he's asking you why would it be justified to then not kill that child? Like,
when they first came,
be better faith.
And the ability to distinguish the sounds of voices talking and a cup slamming on a table. That's just an unbelievable statement.
I was talking to somebody who actually majored in, it's like some sort of neurological science thing, and he specialized in children. And he was telling me there's actually...
That is a bad way to start. Look, right, Richard, I don't doubt that you've had this conversation, but like, you know as well as I do, you can't trust anyone online about this shit, right? Like, I hear people talk philosophy all the time, and they're some of the most bullshit takes about philosophy that you'll ever hear. Like, you'll get people online who'll be like, I'm a philosopher, and then they'll say something, and then you'll be like, oh, dear God. Like, I mean, interpretation can vary for one, but like, also, like, trusting whether they actually are even being sincere. Like, I study this, it's like, some people, like, it's weird, like, people will just lie online. You can't really just trust that.
A certain age to where children can actually differentiate. Like, again, I might be misremembering, but this is kind of like...
Sure, I would have to go back I'd have to go back and look at it, but my understanding is that babies can start to differentiate some words in the womb. That was my understanding.
I find that hard to believe, but...
I mean...
Differentiate some words? I don't know about that. I mean, I could imagine, like, it depends on what you mean differentiate some words. Like, do you mean that they could just, like, phonetically understand, like, they can tell the difference between certain sounds? Like, I believe that would seem likely. It would be, like, based on pitch. And then, like, as the reason more and more in relation to the categories from which they are essentially outlining, they're essentially getting better and better at honing in on specific, like, sort of blocks, frequency blocks. And then as the phonetics develop, they can essentially start to essentially understand the specific words, like where one word stops and one word ends. You know, what marks the sort of the not just like the tonality, but like the ways in which words are said, maybe. But
and I don't. They literally have nothing else to do but sit there and develop and soak up whatever stimulus they get, right? Which is going to be sound and I guess moving around and maybe hormones from the mom.
Yeah, like...
Start to react to sounds at 11 weeks.
Phonemic, like, according to you, you used, I can't remember what definition of language you used, but phonemic differentiation was one aspect.
React to sounds at 11 weeks. Let's just go ahead and put that in here. I'm just going to actually put all of these in a different category just called source.
Well, I don't know why you have to try to understand this. Hold on. When I say language, I feel like you're really hung up on like the speaking part.
I think that he's hung. I think it's the conceptualization part that he's hung up on, because you're saying that marks a phenomenological difference between animals and humans, which justifies treating one as a means to an end and one as an end to in itself.
Using language as a proxy for an incredibly sophisticated level of human thought not shared by any other animal on the planet.
But why should we? The whole point is, if you're saying that language is a proxy, you're actually saying that there's something about. Unless you're saying that there's not something about language and it's only an indication, but then you just say why? Like, why is language so special? Like, what is it about language that gives the indication that this consciousness, this conscious experience is there? I mean, there could be a pea zombie, right? There could just be an automaton essentially acting in order to fulfill like a certain biological mechanism, and essentially like they're a sophisticated Turing machine, right? Like, what is it? It has to be about the mental process. Let's be frank. He's referencing the mental process.
If he's okay with killing, he's probably okay with eating, and I don't feel like it makes a big difference, Hunter, to be honest.
It's involved in language and conceptual formation, but we see that in other creatures. We see that in their behaviors and how they engage with one another in the same way that we see with humans. So,
like, the fact that we can use language means that we can have an observation about ourselves in the universe. It means that we can talk about...
Right, so he is referencing the phenomenological aspect of things, but it is at the point of language formation that we are starting to perceive those things, because this is birthed from a social relation, and essentially what we're talking about is like around 6 months plus, we start to see the development of a child's understanding of themselves in relation to or social relations, like in relation to their mother.
Okay.
mother, in relation to the father. We start to see these things starting to form more and more, right? Like essentially, like at the mirror stage, they have their relation to themselves, and animals have that. At the point of 6 months, they are at the mirror stage that the relation to themselves. After that point, they are starting to have a more sophisticated relationship with others. As they internalize those experiences more and more, and then we can start moving towards more complex conceptualization. That's what we're talking about in language, right? We're talking about like a form of life, if you will. But animals have the same forms, sort of conceptual foundation as humans for a good while, actually. It takes a little while for animals to be sort of outright overtaken. You can, Alistair McIntyre's book, Dependent Rational Animals, guys, really great book.
About things in another time and place. It means that we can conceptualize things.
But animals, some animals can conceptualize of things, not abstracts, like in the way that the infinites that humans can abstract to, which is a higher level of thinking altogether, but they can abstract time and place to a certain degree. Not themselves, but certain actions that can delay their responses. But what I think he's referencing is essentially to transpose one's identity to a time and place, to imagine to imagine themselves in a different scenario or having not done something. And that's quite higher order thinking. That's not like you're not having that at birth, mate. Like not even close.
Things that don't exist. It means that I can communicate something that will happen at like a future time, or this is, we can only use language in the sophisticated way we do because we can conceptualize all this.
No, quite the contrary. The reason that we can conceptualize this is like the chicken and the egg, mate. The reason that we can conceptualize this is because language as a tool allows us to conceptualize this. It's not that we have these concepts and then language forms from them.
Oh, that's an interesting point. I don't know if I believe it, but
like as in the baby is having a temporal experience and imagining itself like 1,000 years in the future and shit like that. Like the concepts that are necessary for that level of abstraction, the child does not have.
these notes aren't like grammatically super good, but it's okay. It gets the gist.
Would have to have some sort of innate idea that was incredibly sophisticated innate idea for that matter. There's no reason to say that they do, and there's a lot of more reasons to say that they don't. The children seem to have issues with time. You can see certain developmental disorders that impede people's relationship to these concepts of space and time, impede that relation, especially when it's tied to language. You tend to find that disorders that are tied to language seem to have, and sociality seem to have impact upon this. So like spatial awareness, temporal.
Okay, even more.
Understanding of like temporal of like short-term and long-term sort of temporal relationships and stuff. Like it's not just like, is your brain like a certain way? Like it's like, have you had, like, are you having the experience necessary to essentially hit a certain criterion from which once you engage with now has a causative impact upon your psychology, where it's like the language itself is now having essentially now giving you the experience of transposing yourself. I mean, it depends on what you take the language as. If you take it as merely the social engagement, then this is what, like, essentially, I think we're all talking about here. Like, like a point of mutual recognition, right? The point in which you conceptualize of otherness and you internalize that conceptualization and you recognize the other as essentially another you, and you're able to abstract your consciousness or, paint your consciousness onto them to the degree that once you perceive from their position, you can perceive yourself from their position, and then that gives you the sort of objective conception of self, right? That is not something that you could have as a baby. There is too many. You'd already have to have the preconception of otherness. You have to have you have to have a sort of a conception of your own experiences to such a high level that you can then paint somebody else's experiences onto that experience to give you information about your experience. Like, this level of conceptualization is definitely not there when you're a baby. Like, no one is arguing for this level of higher order thinking in newborns.
The ability,
especially not in the womb,
to utilize language, that's like a proxy for all of these other things. I don't know when I know it's before 2 years old. I don't know when newborns develop like phonemic differentiation, but the fact that humans have the capability of deploying language, like that type of thought process, unique to only humans.
Like, if you can't tell the differences made between certain sounds, certain objects in your spatial awareness, do you really think that you could mark the boundary conditions of your consciousness to such a degree that you could transpose yourself through time and space to a possible, like a different possible form of experience?
I don't know if he would necessarily disagree with this, though. Like, we're kind of pretending like he would disagree with this, but I feel like what's lost here, and I'll take this as a note when I review stuff too, is like, he's not arguing with you, though. He's not arguing with this point. He's arguing with a dude who literally like 2 minutes ago said that 2-year-olds like can't differentiate noises and voices. Like like, your points aren't being brought up, so he's not really engaging with them. You're kind of like, you're putting him up against a ghost, and you're taking his responses and acting as if they're to the thing that you're saying and they're not, which is kind of rough because it's not the conversation that's happening.
I don't know what to say. Like, that's stupid.
That's what I'm using as a...
Right, sure. I can grant that, but I think we can agree that there's certain stages of development where that isn't the case.
Sure, there might be, but it's before 2 years old. I can't get over how wild that statement is.
Okay, well, you're just locking down on the 2-year thing, mate. Like, actually engage with the topic. You're just running away.
You think that a 1-year-old child can't differentiate like sentences or words or commands? Like, it's for a 1-year-old child, it's like a cup slamming on the table the same as mom or dad talking?
Just running away.
But honestly, though, this feels to me the same as like when what is that transphobe dude's name? When the guy that made like the documentary on like what is a woman, it's kind of like when that guy said that he thought it was like millions of kids or whatever are transitioning or are identifying as trans or whatever, or getting surgeries or whatever it was. Like, it's more so that it shows, like, if you believe that thing, if it left your lips and that was something that you put out there, your conceptualization of like the intelligence of kids and stuff, it's just indicative of like a much larger issue with how you're thinking about things. Cause like, you believed that when you said it, and that probably means that you're fucking up a lot of thinking there. That's why it's standing out. Because if you're, Matt Walsh, like, if you're that far off, like, it makes you question a lot of what's beneath the water of that iceberg. You know what I mean? I feel like Vegan Gains needs to live in an alternative reality where he has a kid for at least 5 years, then he can come back to this one. I don't know if you need all that. I mean, you could just hang out with kids or interact with kids or parents or whatever.
Just running away.
I'm not an expert at this, so...
Have you never been around any children ever in your life at any point?
Yeah,
I don't mean like it's only, I'm just curious.
crazy.
Okay, so that's fair.
I'm actually afraid of children.
Sure, okay, and that's totally fair. My mom did daycare growing up, so I've been around like little kids like literally my entire life. So that's just, for me personally, that's just a really wild statement. It's hard for me to imagine that, but I can understand it.
Sure, but on the other side of this, like, if you're going to rely on something like, well, I've been around kids and I can kind of pick up on how they feel and what they can like think. Well, I've been around quite a few animals, and you
valid counter.
You kind of deny some of these ideas, like, you know, they're self-aware, they can.
Animals certainly can differentiate certain sounds. You can have knowledge of that. They've also documented in terms of how the conceptual relation between how they understand words in relation to their experiences. Alistair McIntyre talks about this in terms of the training of a dog, what sit means and how that relates to various stimuli, how that the dog then compiles that word in relation to various events in their life as you train them more and more.
You know, seeing to the future, they have like certain feelings, then you appeal to solipsism. Like, couldn't I just do that with children the same way you do that with animals? Like, I don't think.
Can you give me evidence that a dog can know something that's not? Or like, can you give me evidence that like a dog can know something at a future time and date?
Can you give me evidence that an infant can know something at a future time and date? Can you give me evidence that that an infant can have a kind of actual? Like, why should we accept that an infant can know something at a future time and date, and that an infant can know a counterfactual, whilst also the dog doesn't? There's no reason.
But the capacity thing again, maybe I'm misunderstanding, because he is a smart guy. I feel like all of these points that he makes are just so easily countered with like, Yeah, but I'm talking about the capacity. We know that like that thing will have that capacity or whatever. But then again, he did say the thing about language and like if he can't get the language, I don't know. Such a tricky topic.
To say that they do have this capacity, the means of doing this.
Oh, you know what? Actually, that's kind of like my intuition about this that I've mentioned before on stream, which is like what if, let's say, there were reptilian aliens, okay, and they existed they existed in a time where we were pretty much like humans in terms of all of our biology and our brain and whatever, but we did not yet have complex language. Like, would the reptilians be okay with looking at us and being like, oh, they don't have the capacity for this, they don't ever do it, so like they clearly don't have the capacity to understand concepts like the future or the planet or the self and whatever, but like high key we did. We didn't have the language quite yet. And what if it's like that way for animals right now, that the only thing standing between us and like being convinced that like they can do it is language. Like if dogs started developing language tomorrow, then maybe we would think differently about all of this, which is why I feel like it's tough to put it on language. Reptilian people exist. Okay. I dragged the fun guys out of the woodworks.
Yes.
Okay.
But like the evidence is the same for both animals and humans. It's behavioral.
I mean, dogs anticipate things, so yes.
I mean, a dog can anticipate in a bunch of like incredibly basic if-then statements or Pavlovian responses.
Well, one, like that is like there is absolutely no reason to believe that humans couldn't be predictive engines. There is entire theories of consciousness based around the possibility that in fact something like ChatGPT is very close to human consciousness, just to a lesser degree. Like it's like we could just be predictive engines. Like there's genuine theories about this. There's no like I'm not saying we are, but like why do you believe, like you have to give the explanation as
I agree, Muwei. The capacity thing is hard, and it's a tricky argument. It's a tricky move to put on the board, and it gives you a lot of options if you're the defending party, and it kind of limits your options as the attacking party because there's just a lot of parries you can do.
to why the human, and especially the infant, isn't also a predictive engine.
But like I don't think I could communicate to a dog, hey, tomorrow we're gonna go to the park 1 hour later.
Can you communicate that to a baby? Like I'm sorry, this is absolutely wild. Like I don't know why he thinks he can use this standard against Richard here when this is clearly this is clearly beyond the comprehensive abilities of a child, like of a newborn child.
Right.
But he's arguing from 24 weeks in terms of gestation. I mean, do you think that you can put a microphone to your pregnant lady's belly and explain to this child that they are going to the park when they come out? Like, come on, man. Like,
you might not be able to communicate that. I think
we're going to the park.
A newborn baby wouldn't be able to communicate that either.
Probably not, but I think they have the conceptual capacity for the
so fucking rough.
You might not be able to communicate that. I think
we're going to the park.
A newborn baby wouldn't be able to communicate that either.
Probably not, but I think they have the conceptual capacity for.
Whatever. I'll fix all those in a sec.
Or those types of things. I think they're capable.
Okay, and why would you think that? Just because you have a feeling being around babies?
So what's he saying now? That, like, essentially, it's not that they.
Probably not, but I think
born baby wouldn't be able to communicate that either.
Probably not, but I think they have the conceptual capacity for those types of things. I think they're capable.
Okay, and why would you think that? Just because you have a feeling being around babies?
Because babies, because I don't think there are, from my understanding, there's not substantial changes in the development of a brain past.
What are we talking about in terms of substantial changes in the development of a brain? Like, if we're talking about neurological density, there is a massive.
Yeah, this is actually a bad argument. Is it not Destiny's point that all the parts are there in a human child to develop that capacity in the future? Yeah, but then why do you put that at 20? Why don't you put that at like sperm and egg meeting? I don't understand. Like, I completely disagree, just offhandedly, that you can say all the parts are there. A lot of things in the brain develop over a long ass time, dude. Your brain is changing quite a bit through childhood, especially early childhood, especially after 20 weeks. Like, it's such a funky it's a funky argument, man. And perspective philosophy is going to get into it, so you could hear it from his mouth.
Of development, from the infant, like through the infant's developmental stages, like massive, like tremendous development. We are talking about going from like thousands of neurons to hundreds of thousands to millions of neurons from around the way, right? Like, well, let's check, right? Like
yeah, our brain is cooking for a long time, though. Granted, I guess a lot of like notable changes are. Dude, this laptop turning off is pissing me off so much. So annoying.
Like
I mean, the line has to be drawn somewhere, right? Yeah, I guess I don't agree with this line. Obviously, a sperm and egg cell doesn't have any brain parts yet. I believe Destiny's argument is that's when that capacity exists, although I think I just don't believe that. I don't think the capacity for language as we value it with all these different complexities and concepts and whatever is there at 20 weeks. I think that's a crazy fucking statement. I feel like that is as crazy as Vegan Gain's argument that he kind of offhandedly threw out, and I guess probably not what he meant, but that like babies can't understand different noises and words at 2 years old. Like it's that kind of level of like not making sense to me, just like does not pass the smell check. Like, you mean something else. Like the capacity is not there. I don't think the capacity is not there to understand future stuff at 20 weeks. I don't believe that. The capacity is not there to imagine the self. I don't think. I don't think any of that capacity is there at 20 weeks. Like, now we're stretching what the fuck capacity means. Does capacity mean that in the future it might develop? Like, we might literally exponentially grow the number of neurons and then it will be possible? Because at that point, I feel like, why the fuck are we saying capacity? It just doesn't make sense to me. Destiny's reasoning is that babies can differentiate language from the womb, right? I don't know enough of the science to say for sure. Why does differentiating language... But that's hard, because then he talks about these higher level concepts when he's arguing with Vegan Gains. He's jumping around all of those, and it makes it really difficult to track what exactly it is that he means.
I think I'm probably being a bit stingy with thousands. I'm pretty sure like a worm has thousands, but okay. So number of neurons in brain when fully developed. Okay. So this is like, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chase. Now we are in potential realm, not capacity realm.
The process of neurogenesis is mostly active during embryonic development and continues after birth for a year or two in humans. In the first stage of 42 embryonic days, neural progenitor cells, which are meiotic, are formed in the symmetrical fashion, which the mode cell division divides from the symmetrical to the asymmetrical. During the asymmetrical division, one neural progenitor and one neuron is produced. Neurogenesis mostly occurs in the ventricular zone, and newly formed progenitor neurons remain in the proliferative zone, while the neurons migrate radically out to the neural cortex. The cortical neurogenesis completes at about 108 embryonic days, a non-pathological process that is essentially in the establishment of the cortex networks. There are approximately of the developing of the brain involves a loss of about 50% of the neurons. There are about 100 billion neurons in the mature human brain. Initially occurring neural cell death occurs prenatally, and elimination of about 50% of unwanted connections among neurons occurs postnatally. Each neuron can make connections with 1,000 other neurons. Thus, an adult brain has approximately 60 trillion neural neuronal connections. So from what I'm understanding, it goes to about 150. There's 100 billion neurons in the mature brain. Don't know how many of them specifically are there as you're a child. I'm assuming most of those neurons are there as a child, but the interconnections which allow for those neurons to essentially perform certain tasks aren't there, which is why it escalates to 60 trillion neural connections. So the pathways, so your neural pathways go from like maybe 100 billion to 60 trillion. Is that right? Like that. I mean, I'm not a scientist on this. Like, I'm not a neuroscientist. That sounds about right. You're going from, I mean, it's still a very large number, but to an insane number of neurological connections, because it's amplified by over 1,000 per neuron. By the connections that's capable of forming in terms of brain plasticity. We don't make new we don't make new nerve cells, so neural connections are more relevant in development. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. So it's like we have the same number of neurons, but we have a shit ton more neural connections. So like in terms of neural density, it's like neural density, neural connectivity is like massively increased.
I think it's a few months in utero. I'd have to go check, but I don't think a brain.
What?
Okay,
in the question, what you just said about the dog. So if I communicated to my dog 1 hour later, like if I had a habit, like if my dog behaved different, my dog knows she would go out every day at 10 o'clock, right?
Mm-hmm.
And tomorrow, like there's a habit that we have after 10 o'clock that she will behave differently. Kind of knowing that she will go out an hour later. Would you count that as communication?
I think that you can get to there's like syntactic differences that you can build that appear to be sophisticated. Like it almost looks like a sophisticated intelligence.
I mean, like, what do you mean appear? Like, why should we say that this is illusionary where the alternative is not? Like, based one for the fact that it's all behaviorally based in the first place, but two, that these are actually specific skills that you can teach your dog. These are like, you can teach your dog specific abilities, mental abilities to act and differentiate certain aspects of their experience, to understand whether it's spatially, temporally. You can do that even with fish, like with jellyfish. They're not jellyfish, that's a bit much. With goldfish, you can teach them to ring a bell. My dog, he knows what bedtime means. He's like, he knows like when it's time to go to bed. He starts to get grumpy. I can say bedtime to him, and then he'll run to the bedroom. He knows what bedtime is. So like, it's not that he has a complex conceptual structure where I can go, oh, by the way, I'm reading your mind right now. Are you perceiving the same thing as me in terms of bedroom? Because that's not what we do with humans. We just look towards behavioral acclimation. Do they understand what I mean? Has their behavior changed in relation to what I'm saying? Obviously, there's a point in which that falls off a cliff. I'm like, Charlie, what do you think of Hegel's phenomenology of the spirit?
But it's just like, it's basically a bunch of kind of like Pavlovian responses. So like, for instance, it might be possible for a dog to ring a bell knowing that it'll bring somebody home quickly, but I don't think that the dog is conceptualizing, once I ring this bell, another person is going to hear it, and that's going to bring about them to do an action that's going to bring, like, instead of thinking, ring bell, person shows up. So you can probably get...
How do you know that, though? How do you know that, though? Like, God, I struggle with that. I struggle with... Sometimes he takes shortcuts in or makes like assumptions about things that I struggle with probably as much as perspective philosophy does. Like, you're not in its brain. Like, you don't know how it's conceptualizing these things.
You think, if you're saying you think that they're thinking ring bell, person shows up, man, that's like basic conceptualization. Like,
and he goes off in a whole other direction.
What you're saying is that they're not thinking like, if I ring this bell, then perhaps someone, like, like, it's not like a form of like concepting. They're not analyzing the situation. They're just performing the action because they believe they're acting in accordance with essentially a belief that it'll bring food, and they're right on that. Like, I don't understand, like, just because humans can abstractly reason why this means that one can be killed and one can't be.
Like, relatively, like, I think with apes are really good at this. You can build tactic systems of if-then statements. If I do this, then this will happen. But I don't think they have the semantic conceptual awareness that humans do. And I think one piece of evidence of this is their total inability to...
Syntactic versus semantic. I'll note that down here.
Deploy, like, relatively, like, I think with apes are really good at this. You can build these pretty sophisticated syntactic systems of if-then statements. If I do this, then this will happen. But I don't think they have the semantic conceptual awareness that humans do. And I think one piece of evidence of this is their total inability to deploy any type of language.
I mean, they can do sign language pretty well, but they do have like, we can say that they do have like essentially the prerequisites to language. They just don't have the complexity to engage in abstract reasoning.
But that's just my take on it. I could be wrong on that. But...
All right, like, so your point that there aren't substantial differences in like the brain.
I just want to know why infants don't have this same problem, though. Like, they do. Like, it's not like infants have the capacity to use words, understand the conceptual differences. Like, have you ever seen a child understand at birth, like, conceptual, sort of the conceptual foundations of reality? Like, they will try to put a triangle through a circle hole, right? Like, they're dumb as shit. Like, that they are dumb as fuck, man. Like, that. Not to say that they're not capable of learning. They have the capacities to develop, right? Which would be the neural connections in the brain, which they are developing over time, right? Everything goes through the circle hole. I suppose you're right, actually, because the largest volume. My God, I'm the idiot. Okay, I suppose just to give them big triangles, like just to fuck with them. No, you're right, Shadow. You're right. That's me being a fucking idiot. Okay, they'll try to put the circle through the fucking triangle hole. There. Okay. That's stupid as fuck, right? They are stupid as fuck, right? And apparently so am I. and like they don't have the conceptual capability of actually understanding why it's not going through, right? Like that's not something they have the capacity to develop at that age. They are developing the capacity in the action, like by observing it. They're actually starting to try and develop these structures, right? But they don't have them at birth.
After, I don't know, a child's born, I mean, they don't even have the ability to be self-aware until about at least reflective self-awareness between the ages of 15 and 18 months.
Okay.
Like that. So I mean, I don't know if you did like a brain scan or something with the technology we have now.
Actually, I'm not being fucking thick, right? So if the volume of a circle, like, because it's surface area, isn't it? Can you fit everything through the circle hole? You can, can't you? Right? Like, because like the diameter, like as long as they're the same volume.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, I'd imagine that the toy makers have enough foresight to like, you know, not only have the shapes but the sizes change even a little bit to make sure that not everything fits through every other hole. So I feel like thinking about this is not very important because they probably just solve it by fucking the geometry up so it does not function that way. Otherwise, it would defeat the purpose of the shape toy.
But other shapes, it's whether the shapes have been all made, like not the same volume, the same circumference, if you will, right? Like it has to be like the circle has to be essentially like the diameter of the circle is at the fuck. It should, right? Let's just square the circle, guys.
I might not be able to identify like substantive differences between a child's brain and an adult brain, but
I probably wouldn't
like,
want to stream with Martin Shkreli now.
that seems like a pretty fucking huge, like real world
cross-sectional area. That's it, isn't it?
Shouldn't you be at work, Munster? Actually, Munster, can I send you something real quick? Oh, your name is completely different on here now. I'm gonna send you my resume real quick. Can you look at it and let me know if it's okay? 2 seconds. I'm gonna take a departure from the stream real quick. I think this is the most recent one. Can you just look at this and tell me if this is good? If you have any corrections, can you just reply with them? Thank you. Love you.
And it's got to have as long as they have the same cross-sectional area. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So if the circle has the same cross-sectional area as a triangle, the triangle will go through. You can make the rectangle arbitrarily long. Yeah, I guess you can with the same area. You can, but that's not like, that's just, you're just fucking with the game then, right? Ping pong. But yeah, you're just referencing a hilarious video. Fuck you, man. I'm like, you've got me in Euclidean hell.
When it comes,
like, I'm like a child now, just trying to put blocks together in my mind. Like, you've taken us back
to your cognitive capacity. Not even.
This is like, I'm actually disabled at this. Like, I'm actually really disabled at this. Like, one of the ways that you test dyspraxia is essentially like spatial awareness and like in terms of like geometric shapes. And if you put like, if you like turn this shape into another shape, or like essentially get these shapes to interact with each other in a certain way, like I can identify like if it's just basically geometry, I can do it. And you go like.
Comes to
is necessarily
capacity, not even being able to recognize yourself in a mirror.
Yeah, but I don't know if like cognitive capacity is necessarily the thing I'm looking at.
What the fuck is it that you're looking at, Destiny? Right? Like, let's be honest, right? Like let's be honest, right? It's not the actual. You're saying that it's something to do radically different about our experience of the world, right? But if it's not there, then what is it that you're looking for? The fact that they might experience it, because then you could say that the zygote could have that, like. It doesn't have the necessary connections in the brain yet, but neither does the newborn baby. Are we talking about potentiality, or are we talking about actually being able to do it? Like, I don't know. Is he saying that just in light of having the capacity to learn it, that it's valuable, but then why would we say that that indicates the actual experiential difference? Like, is there a reason to even say that it has the experiential difference? Yeah, I agree, Shadow. Infants and animals don't have abstract language. Identity, because they don't have abstract language. I completely agree, Shadow. Right? Maybe a few animals, as you say, maybe, right? Maybe. But, like, I would agree. Infants and animals don't have it. So what is it that we're looking for?
When it comes to, because like some animals can display relatively intelligent or sophisticated behavior. Like I'm pretty sure dolphins can do like...
Dolphins, in terms of their linguistic capabilities, are insane. Actually, like if you look at what dolphins are capable of communicating, it's actually fairly surprising. Again, check out Alistair McIntyre's. The rational animals actually.
Okay.
Very sophisticated routines and learn like really large...
I think it's Dennett that talks about this as well. Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that they have like the semantic understanding of the world that a human...
It's not like, what do you mean by... You know what, it's hurting me more than anything. What does he mean by semantic understanding of the world? Right? Like someone needs to ask him, like, what do you mean by semantic understanding? Like, just ask them, what does that mean? What does that entail?
Or the conscious capacity. Yeah, it just shows that they're intelligent.
It appears that they do, and I know for larger whales, I think scientists are coming to a greater consensus that they do in fact have language, and they're able to communicate things like meet here an hour later, like semantic understandings.
Well, if that data emerges, that'd be interesting to see.
Well, sure, but I mean, like again, you're talking about things like language being the differentiating factor that
it's not language, it's the capacity to use language implies sophisticated structures underneath.
Yeah, so I'm not
capacity. Dude, I'm struggling.
The thing is that what you're talking.
Like, I have to just lay out direct quotes of his arguments from this. It's going on the to-do list, actually. Is this looking right on the screen? No, it's not. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so before the talk with Destiny. Oops. Fuck. That has to be done before I talk to him. Okay. Let's switch over. Actually, it's the note scam.
Talking about, like, then infants don't have the capacity to use language. They have the capacity to learn language, and like what we're talking about is essentially behavioral, like respond and reflect certain behavioral cues in order to acclimate certain what would be specific mental abilities. And animals have that as well, but they don't have it to the point in which a human will develop it, which allows for abstract, sort of abstract.
Thank you, Munster.
Thinking, like rational thinking, where you can start to talk about infinites, essentially, where you can sort of transpose away from circumstances. You can sort of take a qualitative feature of reality and expound it infinitely. You're like infinite space, infinite time, or like abstract a quality away from its circumstances infinitely, like the boundaries of the self in the eye, where it's like the self transposed through time, space, and through all the other categories, where you can imagine yourself in all of the possible experiences, like all the possible worlds, if you will. Like that seems to be what marks the difference there.
Saying, if somebody can talk to me, I mean the ability to understand language. Clearly, a newborn infant child does not have that capacity, and it needs to develop that capacity.
Yes.
Okay, I'll go look that up more. My understanding is that newborns start to develop that like in utero. That like by the time they're a couple months old, I think they're already recognizing like distinct words and stuff. But I don't know, I could be wrong.
So what he thinks that newborns have language, like
that's actually really important to know. That's kind of nutty. I actually don't know if that's true or not. If it is true, I guess his capacity thing is looking more accurate. But if that's not true, then it seems like we're not talking about capacity. We're talking about potential. But that's huge. I'm actually gonna. We have to like look into this and see if this is true or not. A lot hinges on this. I'm surprised this is barely coming up. That's like really big. He does own that though. He poses his argument as a personal choice to use the arbitrary X weeks. Yeah, for sure. That's what I was referring to earlier. Destiny has made the argument before babies can differentiate between languages not used by the parent. Yeah, at least that was the case in the how dare you argument. Perspective's point about sound versus word differentiation is important. Okay, I'll listen to it.
fully fledged linguistic capabilities.
Wait, whoops.
Well, even if...
Yes.
Okay, I'll go look that up more. My understanding is...
I mean the ability to understand language. Clearly, a newborn infant child does not have that capacity, and it needs to develop that capacity.
Yes.
Okay, I'll go look that up more. My understanding is that newborns start to develop that like in utero. That like by the time they're a couple months old, I think they're already recognizing like distinct words and stuff. But
Wait, but he says by the time they're a couple of months old, they can distinguish words. What do they develop in utero then? Let me go back more.
If somebody can talk to me, I mean the ability to understand language. Clearly, a newborn infant child does not have that capacity, and it needs
The ability to understand language.
to develop that capacity.
Yes.
Okay, I'll go look that up more. My understanding is that newborns start to develop that like in utero. That like by the time they're a couple months old, I think they're already recognizing like distinct words.
It might be this one. Okay, let me click on this. I actually can't click on this because can you DM it to me on Discord? Can you join my Discord and then send it to me or at me in the Discord channel and link it there? Because this is on my MacBook and I can't bring it up on stream. The link got mucked up. Whatever. You'll have the opportunity to send it on Discord. Any animal can differentiate sounds. My dog can distinguish food and walk when I see them, but my dog understands those words, but just sounds. Yeah, I don't know. It's complicated
and stuff, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
So what, he thinks that newborns have language, like fully fledged linguistic capabilities?
No.
Well, even if that's true, even if they have like phonemic differentiation, like dogs can recognize certain words. They can even understand certain.
It's about conceptual application. Like, how do we know that the individual's engaging with language and not just responding, and again, even in a way that could be explained through a reflex, right?
Phrases.
Yeah,
like,
but there's no reason for me to think that dogs have
combination.
the conceptual understanding because they never develop it.
Well, again, if you're going to use something like they will.
Well, you can based upon behavioral criterion, which allows you to essentially indicate that they are.
No, I don't think so. I just think you can't cut it one way or the other without language. And even if you have language, it's like a fucking Turing test. Like, do we even really? Like, I don't know, dude. It's crazy. I DM'd it to you. Okay, thank you. Let me check that out. There's so many DMs, so many new conversations. Let's see. Let me switch scenes real quick. Oh yeah, it's cut off. That's right. So when do babies learn language? Research shows babies begin to learn language sounds before they're even born. Oh, okay. I love that you say research shows and then you don't give me a citation. That's very lovely. In the womb, a mother's voice is one of the most prominent sounds an unborn baby hears. By the time they're born, newborns cannot. Okay. Is this okay? By the time they're born, newborns can not only tell the difference between their mother's language and another language, but also show a capability of distinguishing between languages. Language learning depends on the processing of sounds. All the world's languages put together comprise about 800 or so sounds. Each language only uses about 40 language sounds or phonemes, which distinguish one language from another. Okay, cool. Let's see. Yeah, sure. Trouble process. Okay, the following experiments. Okay, this is 2 to 4 days of age, though. It's measured by the number of movements exhibited by presentation of stimuli between their mother's voice and a stranger's voice, and between normal speech and motherese. In both cases, how did they measure it discriminated, though? And of course, there's not a full article for me to read. That sucks. Oh, read this article. Yeah, right, boy. I'm not doing that. It sucks that they don't give me the method here. Okay. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you for this. To test the hypothesis that exposure to ambient language in the womb alters phonetic perception shortly after birth, this two-country study aimed to see whether neonates demonstrated prenatal learning by how they responded to vowels in a category from their native language and another non-native language, regardless of how much. Okay, and how do you do this? Counterbalance experiment was conducted in Sweden using speech and English vowel sounds. Neonates, meaning postnatal age 33 hours, controlled audio presentation of either native or non-native vowels by sucking on a pacifier. With the number of times they suck their pacifier being used to demonstrate what vowel sounds attracted their attention. The vowels are either English I or Swedish Y in the form of a prototype plus. The infants in the native and non-native groups responded differently. As predicted, the infants responded to the unfamiliar non-native language with higher mean sucks. They also sucked more to the non-native prototype. So the fact that they're sucking more indicates that they are distinguishing them. Dude, this is like my dog and going outside. I don't know if that means they're conceptually. Dude, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I've been up too many hours, but This seems stretchy to me, dude. This seems stretchy. Might be BS, but I think that's the source for Destiny stuff. Okay. I mean, yeah, at least it seems to be tied like directly to you know, directly to the claim here. Need more data? What's the size? I don't really care about the size because I'm kind of tripping on the methodology, bro. I'm not gonna lie. So I don't really care. I don't feel like the size would really change my opinion. But to give you the size, let's see here. It's n equals 40, so I believe it should be 40 in Sweden and 40 in the USA. Right? I've not been doing this for so long. I feel very silly. Let me just scroll down to method. Participants, neonates, age range, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so it should be 40 in both. In addition to the 80 infants in the study, yeah, so it's 40 in both countries. 15 additional infants were excluded from the analysis for cessation of sucking during the experiment, fussiness, drowsiness, parental interference, and equipment or experimenter error. This represents a low 16% attrition rate. Half of the infants in each country were assigned to hear the Swedish policy, blah, 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 blah. There were no statistically significant differences between the two age groups in terms of gender, blah, 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 blah. I'm just going to read a little bit more. Okay, so they rule out there was no significant main effect of hours since birth, nor any interaction effects with hours since birth. As a result, this factor was not included in subsequent analysis. That makes sense. The effect of language experience was significant with a P of 0.029, with a greater number of sucks overall during the non-native than during the native. 7.1 native to 2.9. The results show that the native prototype and its variants receive fewer sucking responses than the non-native and its variants. Results show an interaction effect of language experience and I'll share this screen real quick because maybe this will help you guys kind of visualize this. Please ignore the other half of my monitor. So here's our chart. This is mean sucks per stimulus, and this is the native and non-native of the two groups. And this is the cute little baby with the headphones on. Although, here's another thing to check. Let's go ahead and grab this title and let's go to Google Scholar just to make sure that it wasn't debunked at any point in time. Or if it was recreated, that would be very handy to know. Okay, where are our citations? Cited by 485. Okay, excellent. Early human motor development from variation, critical periods in speech perception, new directions. Ooh, okay, continuing debate, 655. Let's just check this out real quick. A continuing debate in language acquisition research is whether there are critical periods in development during which the system is most responsive to environmental input. Recent advances in neurobiology provide a mechanistic explanation of CPs, with the balance between excitatory and inhibitory processes establishing the onset and molecular breaks establishing the offset of the windows of plasticity. In this article, we review the literature on human speech perception development within the context of the CP model, highlighting research that reveal, okay, but you're not going to give me, the question no longer is, are there CPs, but rather which process is open? Okay. Early human motor development, lifespan human development, minds make associates, how cognition explains the world. No. Skin, underlying implications in clinical practice, the role of language and emotion, challenge of abstract concepts, brain's way of healing, alterations in brain structure. These are really... Research on speech processing is often focused on phenomena termed entrainment, where the cortex entrainment has been observed to a range of rhythms present in speech, and additionally, entrains accounts face two challenges. First, speech is not exactly rhythmic. Second, synchronicity with representations that lack a clear acoustic counterpart has been described. We propose that apparent entrainment does not always result from acoustic information. Rather, internal rhythms may have functionalities in the generation of abstract representations and predictions, while acoustics may often provide punctate opportunities for entrainment. Internal rhythms may also live a life of their own to infer and predict information, leading to intrinsic synchronicity, not to be counted as entrainment. This possibility may have been like this. We could go down a whole rabbit hole of looking into this one claim, and we've done a little bit of a dive. And I'm kind of going to cut it before we dive too much deeper, but like this is kind of interesting to go down if we ever really wanted to. But I'm going to save us from that and just continue with our purpose here, which is to prep for our conversation. And I hope that's okay with you guys. I'm skimming it. I don't think it's quite as stupid as it sounds. I think they were hooked up, so when they sucked, it made more noise. I don't understand what you're saying. Destiny likes to suck data? Apparently so. Let's go ahead and go back.
Using and engaging with a certain concept. Just, I think you're talking about Dennett there. Like Dennett, I think, does that with dolphins, right? Like where he's like, he talks about dolphins in this respect. I think that, I know McIntyre talks about dolphins and he references someone else as well. I can't remember who. But essentially the idea is that you can recognize that they're making specific judgments upon specifically structured information conveyed from one party to the other.
Oh, okay. When they sucked the pacifier, it made more language noises, so more sucks indicates wanting to hear more. Interesting. It's tough to parse out.
Which can indicate how a school...
My brain is still struggling with that one. It's hard because I also keep zooming out to like animals and like, why don't we afford animals the same amount of like significance to behavioral stuff without any ability to test it with language?
School of fish are going to move the position that they need to take, whether they should accept or reject that based upon their like the likelihood of actually gaining fish in the near future. And you can see the same sort of thing to a lesser degree in dogs and in basically all like to not all other animals, but pretty much all other animals to a various degree, like depending upon the conceptual development. Dolphins just being essentially the closest.
Also, wait, for controls, is it, dude, we could literally dig into this for fucking forever. For controls, is it the same person in both recordings? Like, is it the same speaker who is speaking in both fluent Swedish and fluent English? Because wouldn't a confounding part of this be that like different, it could be the different voices and not necessarily like, I don't know. It's rough. I really don't want to think more about it because I'm going to waste calories on that. I should be focusing on this conversation.
My closest cousins in that respect, right? So I don't know why, like, and as well, like, how do we know that the human's engaging with language? Like, that's what you really should be asking him.
Yeah.
Like, ask him like how he knows that a human conceives, like has that semantic conception. You can't just say they tell me, because they mightn't have any experience at all. This could be a complex predictive engine. It's responding to you, but it's an automaton. How do you know that the human is not an automaton, right? What gives you the indication? And if you say, oh, I don't know, I have to assume it because of behavior, or I have to assume it in order to understand myself, that same shit is going to apply to the animal as well. So that's where we should be taking this.
Develop it in the future. That means they don't have it now. And if you can change the outcome by, say, killing a child, like this is the same kind of issue that the people you were debating ran into, where they admitted to you, okay, like life, well, sentience does not begin at conception. It happens. I don't know if they agree with you.
We're not talking about right now if you can use words. We're talking about if you've got like a conscious.
And he used sentience again, and my laptop turned off again. I'm just gonna keep the laptop off. Fuck it, dude. I can't be fucking bothered with this fucking thing. Honestly, it's so annoying. I hate that it signs me out. Again, Mac people, please, for the love of God, let me know. How do I make things better? How do I make it better? Oh, whoops. This window's fucked up. There we go. Fuck, what was I about to do? It was something profound. I forget.
Structure that is capable of like a semantic understanding of the world.
What do you mean by semantic understanding? No, man. Okay, drinking game. Everyone take a shot every time Destiny says semantic understanding.
Oh, it was fucking. It was.
Right now, if you can use words, we're talking.
It does not begin at conception. It had to, where they admitted to you, okay, like life, well, sentience does not begin at conception.
Sentience does not begin at conception. Let's reference our notes again. What the fuck is sentience, dude? Sentience does not begin at conception. The animalistic thing. Pain, pleasure. Yeah, okay. At conception, sure. Probably not.
It happens. I don't know if they agree with you.
We're not talking about right now if you can use words. We're talking about if you've got like a conscious structure that is capable of like a semantic understanding of the world.
What do you mean by semantic understanding? No, man. Okay, drinking game. Everyone take a shot every time Destiny says semantic understanding.
Part of that semantic understanding of the world at one point allows you to deploy language. However, it might be that the semantic, my assumption would be the semantic understanding of the world precedes the development of the faculty of language. So just because something can't use language yet doesn't mean that it's having a markedly different experience. There's no reason for me to think that.
Okay, so now it's not language necessarily, but you're just using that as a proxy for other cognitive capabilities.
So you literally just restated what I said 10 minutes ago and you're acting like you're the first one. So to be clear, I literally said earlier, language is a proxy for the semantic understanding humans have. Yes.
So you care about semantic understanding.
Okay, okay. Vegan Gain said it there, so we're going to give that a half a shot.
That's one big part that seems to set human sapiens apart from conscious experience of animals. Yes.
Okay, and can you define to me semantic understanding?
All right, that's a full one. We're going to give that those two halves.
I don't know. The conscious awareness that humans have of the world seems to be markedly different from any other animal on the planet.
Okay, but how do we know that? Because they've got different semantic understanding. Because if you say that the reason we know their consciousness is different because they have, like, I mean, how the fuck do you know that? Like, anyway, like you have access to your consciousness and not theirs, so you have to base it off behavioral characteristics.
Yeah, I gotta say, dude, I'm losing it. I don't know if it's me being tired that is making me dislike like explanations like this that I feel like are just cyclical in context of the conversation. Like a semantic understanding is conscious awareness humans have of the world. Like, I don't know. My brain is slippery, dude.
But if you say semantic understanding is the underpinning of that, like their use of words, I'm gonna go fucking wild.
Okay,
like if somebody were to use the phrase,
a definition of semantic understanding.
Yeah, it is going to be circular, isn't it? It's definitely going to be circular.
If you.
The ability of a machine to process the meaning and context behind real-world information. Let's. Philosophical and scientific. Okay, no, it's not helpful. Syntax is one that defines the rules and regulations that helps write any statement. Okay, this is like computer talk. Okay, I don't really care. I don't really care, to be honest.
If you want the actual definition of semantic understanding, I think semantic understanding is having the awareness of what something is like a sensation or qualia. Like
having an awareness of what something is like.
Like a semantic understanding is, if I say...
So, wait a minute, a semantic understanding is consciousness, is conscious experience. So, like, he's just saying, having a semantic understanding is conscious experience.
Like a dog is fuzzy. A dog is fuzzy or a dog is soft. Those are syntactic statements. Like a dog can have the property of that. But having the semantic understanding, the content of that, to know what it is like to feel something soft, to know what it is like for a thing...
That's not... Look, right, like, that's... Like, you could have the experience of softness, like the qualia, and not have the word.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Do you not have this with dreams? Am I retarded? Or not retarded? I'm sorry. I'm on stream. Forgive me. Forgive me. It is 7 o'clock in the morning. When animals dream, does that not show that they have a conscious awareness of the qualia of stuff? Like when they're dreaming and they're clearly running in the dream, and presumably they're having some dream where they're running around and doing shit. Like, does that not demonstrate that they have some conscious awareness of things because they can conceptualize it in their brain and like replay it out? We say remedial now. I think it's like the difference between saying an air conditioner is a box that makes things cold when you push the button versus understanding that it condenses and expands gases. Yeah, but we don't have that with a lot of stuff. Like, yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Anyone playing this drinking game is on the floor now. And I was like 7. Like it's like I've killed someone. Oh god. It's just semantic understanding, guys. No, so it just seems that like semantic understanding, what he's saying is just basically raw conscious experience. And that it is essentially, you know, when you say something like the dog is fuzzy, it can't be essentially the word itself or the use of the word itself, because we've agreed that's separate from the child actually having the.
Yeah, but we can have it. I think Destiny is saying animals can't. Hold on, but like, correct me if I'm wrong, and if you're watching this in the VOD and you want to correct me, feel free. Am I wrong in my understanding of what he's saying? Like, would not an animal, like, let me just pose a hypothetical just to make it super clear and easier. If hypothetically we had a machine that you could point at the fucking brain of some animal and we could see that it is having a dream where it's like going through the motions and it's recreating reality and stuff like that, like, is that not this? Is that not an awareness of what something is like in the qualia? I feel like this is just kind of like a poor explanation that he's cobbled together. I think he probably understands it like a higher level. He's just worded it in a way that I'm struggling to. Aren't those just replays of memories? What if it wasn't? We'll just change the hypothetical. What if it wasn't? What if it's a brand new thing? That could just be subconscious rather than conscious? Okay, what if it's a lucid dream where the dog knows it's dreaming? Like, does that really change it? I feel like it shouldn't. Do androids dream of electric sheep? Yeah, very poetic. I guess, yeah, maybe I'm not mapping this on correctly. It's just between these two sentences, I keep reading them and rereading them, and it's a mess. It's a mess. It's just not clicking with my brain, dude. My tiny peewee brain just cannot understand this. I don't know if I could experience a dream of something that I've never had any experience of. I have dreams of killing people all the time. And I've never killed a person. So I don't know. I don't know, dude. I have dreams of shit that I've never done all the time. I'm fucking beautiful bitches I never fucked before and all this other stuff. Before I ever had sex, I had dreams of what sex would be like. Granted, I feel like the dreams at that point were better than what it actually ended up being. But we can cook stuff up that we haven't experienced before, right? Or am I fucking unique in that regard? Isn't it being conscious the entire point? Yeah, but again, we could just adjust the hypothetical and say the dog is lucid dreaming and it's aware that it's in a dream. Like, does that really change everything for you? Yeah, memories of watching movies and stuff where people die, that's not the same as never understanding or experiencing it. I'm struggling to understand why that changes anything here. Because you are experiencing a dream of something you've never done. Overshare, LOL. Yeah, sorry. But when you experience the experience of dreaming about killing a person, you don't actually have the experience. Right, but that's what this person in chat was saying. That you don't dream about things that you have no experience of. And I'm saying, I do. Sure, I've seen it, but I feel it in the dream. I've never felt it. I've never been in like a VR stab simulator, but I've stabbed people in dreams. I don't know.
Capacity to use language, so it can't be that. So it's not just that it's actually the way in which semantics works. No, it's the content of the experience and the qualia. So he is just defining semantic understanding as as conscious experience, getting a semantic understanding of the flow.
To be like a thing.
Exactly.
I'll catch up, but I haven't heard it included yet. That little position repeats that things are signals and proxies and not just that we can pull out. Dude, my brain. Not that you've never done, but your hypothetical was an animal experiencing something that is not a memory. You have memories of understanding killing. Sure, I guess. I'm just lost on why this has any impact on this. Again, we go like 4 levels deep, and I feel like I'm struggling to resurface and connect it to this. I fundamentally don't understand what the fuck this is at all. I feel like his description of it is not clicking in my brain at all. I have no idea what this means. Like semantic understanding just seems to be consciousness, no? Like I don't understand this.
That's like semantic understanding. So
you can't just use, right? I'm sorry, you can't just use semantic understanding as a proxy, as like, I mean consciousness. So it's like, wait, so what do you value? Consciousness? No, I value semantic understanding. And what's semantic understanding? Oh, well, it's consciousness.
Supposedly there's a difference between like a computer syntactically understanding something versus a conscious.
And again, he's poisoning my brain because every time I try to conceptualize this in a different way, his voice sneaks in with this like, they're the same thing. And I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to get out of that, dude. I'm trying to imagine that they're not the fucking same thing, and you're just bringing me back. Book, I can also confirm having dreams of doing things I've never done with Samuel L. Jackson. Thank you. Thank you for sharing another weird dream so that I don't look like a fucking crazy person. I don't think it is consciousness at all. You can be conscious and not have understanding of something. I guess. I'm not convinced babies have understanding of languages and stuff. That's such another level. All of this, it just doesn't connect at all. And it is probably, I would like to say, because I'm trying to be humble, that it is just that, oh, Book just doesn't understand it. His little peewee brain just can't put the fucking pieces together. He just can't put the points together and fucking understand the greater whole and how everything connects. It's a you problem, baby. It's a skill problem. Really, you just got to step it up. You got to do this when you're not sleep deprived. But at the same time, I just feel like I would wake up tomorrow and look at this and still not understand it. But who knows? That's what I was saying earlier, that you have to revisit your notes and your sources. And, you know, once you've slept on it and you've stewed it over and your subconscious has been processing it, then maybe you'll understand it better. Maybe that'll be what happens. I'm probably right in thinking it's just my brain. I'm just not understanding. I don't think he is saying babies do have the understanding, but that they have complicated hardware necessary to understand. You don't have a semantic understanding of Destiny's argument, but you're conscious of it. Yeah, I think it exists.
It's actually like semantic understanding something. I think. I could be wrong, but you can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
I'm still not quite...
Like the computer, I think what he's trying to say is there's a difference between, he's trying to mark the difference between the predictive.
I think he is borrowing it from programming, syntactic and semantic. That was what I was Googling and it kept coming up. Syntactic applies, you can parse a sentence with respect to rules and produce an AST, but semantic means you can infer intent. Yeah.
Engine, like something like ChatGPT and someone's conscious experience, right? And he's trying to do that by saying, because we have semantics, we have evidence that one has a conscious experience and one doesn't. But with the same evidence is, I mean, it's all behavior. It's all going to bottom out in behavior. So we have the same evidence that animals have that. It is a higher order theory of consciousness, yeah, Shadow. But I mean, you'd have to be able to give an explanation as to why semantics are creating qualitative experience. Because he's not saying that.
Destiny's argument repeats that it's just based on the best evidence currently, not that he decided to pick it for fun, but that it makes sense until he gets better evidence. I get that. I get that. I get that. I understand that. I totally understand that he is flexible, and if the researchers tell him something else is going on, he will change his opinion. I get that. It's just that I feel like that has nothing to do with the semantic understanding thing. Dishel? Like,
either. He can't be using a higher order theory of consciousness as well, because if he was, then you'd have to be saying that the actual semantic relation is producing, is the product of language, right? I think the language is essentially the explanation of that they are having this. And then, but what he's actually saying is that prior to this, there is the semantic content which shows how the language is working.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I don't think he knows what he's talking about either. No.
Well,
It
no,
satisfies
hold
that
on. That made
definition because,
sense for a
like,
second.
a
Hold
dog
on.
can recognize something soft or hard or prickly.
And then, but what he's actually saying is that prior to this, there is the semantic content, which shows how the language is working.
Yes. It's the chicken and egg, and he is saying that the egg comes first, right? If we go back up to chicken and egg problem, he believes that the concepts exist before the language does. The language just frames the concepts, right? But you believe that the concepts only come from the language placing them there. This is why I was very... have you read Nagel's What Is It Like to Be a Bat? I think we read something like that in school. This is why I was very interested. But that's talking about... If I scroll back up... that's talking about sentience, right? Differences in physical capabilities like bat sonar, right? But that sentience is different than sapience. Sapience is closer to what we're talking about, although he explicitly says consciousness, which I feel like is closer to sapience than it is to sentience, although apparently it's a mix between the two, but whatever. Good thing we took those notes. Hey, they just keep coming back. This is why I was very interested in what it would actually look like to, one, challenge him on the subject while also claiming you don't have the research yet, and two, see if there's any research. Sure.
Like, I don't think he knows what he's talking about either. No.
It's satisfied with that definition because, I mean, like, a dog can recognize if something's soft or hard or prickly.
Oh, then maybe for you, then it could be the same thing, I guess.
Well, you haven't really given me a
Maybe for you...
He's giving up. He's giving up. Hey, bud. Well,
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
Like, now semantic understanding just means, like, it depends on who you are.
Definition.
The definition depends on what you think, right?
Of semantic understanding. You just gave me, like, a weird definition that would also fit, like, in an animal model.
Well, then you don't have to like my definition of semantic understanding.
Well, like, it's not really a definition. You just gave me an example. It wasn't a definition. And again,
I said semantic understanding is like
animal model.
Semantic understanding is like having an experience where you understand what something is like. So like experiencing like a qualia. That would be like a semantic understanding.
But you're just defining.
But if you experience a qualia and that's a semantic understanding, animals have that. No? Am I fucking crazy? Animals have memories about what qualia is associated with concepts. No? That's how you dream and stuff. No?
Semantic understanding as consciousness, right? That's all you're doing. And then you're saying, like, how do I know animals don't have consciousness?
It applies much wider to being able to conceive what it is even like to be another human being and a bunch of wider problems. I'll look for a video on those interpretations. Yeah. Let me take a minute, okay? We're just going to take a minute. We're going to breathe because I am kind of worked up and confused. Hold on. Okay, we'll go ahead and switch the cam for 2 seconds. Hold on. Okay. Let's get back to it. I needed to center myself a little bit here. Sorry, we need to be in the notes one.
Because they don't have semantic understanding. How do I know that? Because they don't have language. All right. What? It's like, one, how do you know that someone that you want engaging with a pea zombie anyway that doesn't have a semantic understanding, which is just pretending to be a human? It's a walking Turing machine. Or the infant not having the capacity for language. Why would that not be the same, the equal evidence that they aren't having the same experience? Why would essentially engaging in language be evidence of qualia? because that's what he's saying right now, right? Like boil it down. It's what he's saying. If it engages in language, then I have the evidence that it is having a conscious experience. Why? Because it has semantic understanding. What is semantic understanding? It's conscious experience. So, you know.
Let me read your thing. Book smarts, not depending on the materialist outlook. I don't know what that means, but okay. I don't think Destiny is well read enough, but qualia isn't the information. Qualia is the added information, like wavelength versus redness. Sure. Okay, that's what you mean by materialist. Materialist would be wavelength. It's the added information. But again, Mue, when I zoom out, I don't see how that is a difference between us and animals. Are you telling me that animals just perceive the numbers and wavelength? I don't think so. I think they experience qualia. I think they experience sense of the thing. Because I feel like that gets back to like base sentience. No? That's sentience. That's this, which we agree that animals have. So I don't know if that helps at all.
Semantic understanding is conscious experience. So how do I know it has conscious experience? Because it has conscious experience. How do I know that? Because it engages in language. And what is language? Do you know what I mean? Language is having conscious experience. Like this is.
I mean, it's an assumption that humans understand humans better than they understand other things in the bunch of areas or relate better. But I don't know that there is a counter argument that it's wrong. No, but it's an assumption. It's a shortcut that you're taking that just as easily as you pose it, I feel like it can just as easily be shot down. You're not appealing to, in my brain, you can't appeal to it because I don't believe it's different for animals. And there's just no way to convince me out of it unless you actually use an argument that doesn't rely on assumptions like that. And that's kind of the tricky thing about all this.
It's like, no, man, this is a terrible display from Destiny right now. Awful display from Destiny right now.
So being able to experience a quality of something is a semantic understanding.
That seems to be part of it, yes.
Okay, well, my dog knows if something's hard or soft, which is why he always tries to sleep on pillows. So.
I don't know if that's true. It might be. But if it is for you, then...
I am not a coherentist.
I knew this stream was going to be tricky. I did not anticipate it being as tricky as it has wound up being, honestly. I feel like I underestimated just how lost I would be in this.
I am most likely. Well, I argue for hermeneutics, but if you're going to go those kind of terms, I'm probably closer to found herentism. Hound. So don't you come in here telling me I'm a coherent. I still think hierarchy theories are plausible. It's just not good enough for me to rule out the primitive theories of consciousness. I mean, I don't think they are plausible. I think that I don't think that they can account for. I don't think it's a very good account for consciousness, if I'm honest. That's like from what I've engaged with, right? I haven't seen good enough reason to articulate that, and I still think that in terms of like I think that the account that language is a developmenting process in relation to a conscious being developing certain specific mental abilities in relation to social concepts it's forming through having the capacity to form them in relation to its own desires seems to be the most sort of the best evolutionary take anyway.
I think that pillow example illustrates it. The dog doesn't know what is soft and what is hard. I think that's his argument. How does he know that, though? He's assuming that. I don't know why he's assuming that. I don't know on what basis you assume that, though.
Then go for it. Who cares?
Being Gains and BPF will repeatedly try to tear down your arguments, even if they don't have a better argument to replace it with. They use weaknesses in your arguments as if they're defeaters to it. But I'm in the same boat. I also feel that way. I feel like maybe this is just like a faith thing. Like we have fundamentally different assumptions about the world, I guess, which is very unsatisfying, but that might like just dead ass be the answer, is that there's a camp of Vegan Gains, perspective philosophy, and I that believe that dogs preferring soft to hard does mean that they have an understanding of qualia through their behavior. but he needs you to explain it through language at some point, and if you don't have that, he just doesn't believe that dogs are differentiating these qualia. I suspect it's a lack of evidence to the contrary rather than the opposite. Okay.
I think the difference is if you could communicate it.
Well, no, that's not necessarily the difference.
Oh, that's not the difference.
Oh, okay. Never mind. What the fuck do I know, right? Apparently that's not the difference. But a dog will know what materials are soft or hard to chew based on experience over time, and those experiences will inform how the dog acts and engages with its environment. How is that fundamentally different than humans and their qualia, though? I just don't understand.
Difference because then an infant wouldn't be able to do it with it.
If a dog, so let's say I say a command to a dog. Most dogs understand the command because of the tone. The word could literally be different, but you can say the same exact thing in the same way that you taught the dog with conditional behavior. Like with you know, what do you do to condition dogs? Condition them?
You can take it to the dog thing, yeah.
Well, I mean, what is called the way you classical condition them. That's what I meant. You can classically condition a dog, but you can do a human too. But the human will be able to perceive and understand the difference between the two experiences that it's having. That the definition of which is only semantic. But a dog will never be able to communicate or show you that difference.
Okay.
So I mean, if that's the type of difference, or at least I don't know if that helps vegan games understand what you're trying to say.
Well, he understands, but what he doesn't like is he doesn't feel like my definition of semantic.
Your definition's circular. That's the problem.
It wasn't meaningfully, yeah, whatever I'm saying. He feels like my explanation of semantic understanding doesn't satisfactorily differentiate human experience versus animal experience. So he really wants me to believe that animals have the same experience that humans do. But I think that all of the vegan arguments around animals have the same experience we do is just.
I don't think that the second one specifically is going for the higher theories of consciousness shadow, because just because it tracks child development, like you seem to see the same with like, for example, like take you could take a more primitive theory of consciousness and have the advent of language would still be causative. So child development would still have, like, the development of language would still have a causative impact upon the development of the child, and the better conceptualized, the more they developed it would become, and that would be just as it would track it just as well.
Can someone donate the money for me to buy this book? I will deadass read it and take notes and share it on stream. But can somebody, like, how much is this? Damn, it's $24.95. I bet you we could pirate it, but I kind of don't want to. I want to just read this book, This Dependent Rational Animals, Why Human Beings, whatever. And I kind of don't want to. Oh, is it deadass just fully available on here? No, it's not. I kind of just want to read this. I kind of just want to read this book. I really want to read this book. I'm just going to go highlight it because I do just straight up want to read this book. I feel like maybe I would understand more if I did. Let's go ahead and make this a different color. I want to just read this book. I agree. Defining and testing for consciousness is tricky, and we are not biased. And we are biased. Yeah, I mean, we are. That's for sure. Man, oh man, this topic is destroying me, dude. But in a fun way, dude. I feel like I'm getting my mental ass pounded right now, dude. And I'm so numb, and there's so many sensations going on, and I'm just like in a blissful state of being thrashed. My mind is being fucked so good right now, dude. I'm just blissfully fucking drooling. There is bliss in this pain, dude. Oh my goodness. I'm going crazy. Oh my god.
To be honest.
So what do you think the difference is between humans and animals, Booksmarts? I feel like the primary one is a shared language. Like, that's literally it. I feel like it's just like we're very confident about the existence of our own language and not very confident about the existence of language in animals. I know I've done all this reading, but that's still kind of like my intuition. And I don't feel bad for just intuition injecting, because it kind of feels like that's what Destiny is doing, and Perspective Philosophy and Vegan Gains. We're all just like filling in this gap of like what we could prove with evidence through intuition. And my intuition just is screaming at me that like the only difference here is that there's a language we can understand between humans that we can parse through that we can't for animals. And because we can't hear from them, we just presume they're different. I don't know.
And then, from what I've seen, and then the fact that language integrates all parts of experience, like the sort of unity of apperception. If anything, I think that you would need the unity of apperception in order to engage in, like, and I think that the whole Kantian point is to say that the unity of apperception is to engage in a point of categorization that would be necessarily prior to your capacity to produce language. It's not that language unites your experiences. I think you could turn it on its head and say, actually, your experiences, the unity of your experiences are a necessary product to produce language.
It's a form of like intuition pumping and begging the question. You see an animal that's got eyes and makes noises, and you think, wow, they must think of the world like humans do. But I've never in my life.
That with babies.
What?
You're literally doing that with babies. So
yeah, but I got a far better reason to think a baby who has all the same parts of my brain as I do and doesn't significantly change as they're growing up is a lot more similar.
Well, they do significantly change as they're growing up. Like that's the thing. Like newborn babies significantly behaviorally change, neurologically change. Like I don't know what to say. Like I think babies do change considerably. I don't know why you would say they don't. And I don't know why would, like, even if we ask ourselves, what is the like why are we attributing the qualitative aspects of our reality to a certain neural structure in the first place? Is it not because we've already assumed, in order to gain, like, we've already assumed that a certain neural structure is indicative of consciousness? So I'm like, all right, in my head, I'm consciousness, and in the structures of my brain are like this, and then I attribute it to other people prior to engaging in neuroscience. So I'm like, right, well, we're both conscious, right? And then you're like, yeah, well, you could be a pea zombie. Like, it's kind of like there's no, like, this is the hard problem of consciousness. I think the only way to get out of it is the way that to get out of it is to realize that the way that you got into it is that you already presumed that other individuals are conscious before, in order to create the sort of language game to essentially form this way of thinking, form this form of argumentation, which is why, like, I know Shadow, me and you were like having like this whole thing where I think that that you cannot assume that other minds exist, where yours was to basically say, but what if, hypothetically, all of the necessary prerequisites were there so that your own subjective reasoning was, you were mirrored, that everything just accidentally sort of lined up so that language formed. There's no way that you could know that it wasn't an accident. It would be irrational to assume that it was, like, it would be irrational, but there's no way you could know for definite that it wasn't. And we were like arguing about that. But in terms of like this, like, it seems to me that what he's relying upon is a kind of neuroscientific take from which he's already attributed consciousness to a structure of the brain, and then said that neural structure is conscious. The only reason he's done that is from a form of behavioral analysis in the first place.
Yeah.
Which meant people that, like, things that act this way are conscious, and I know they are conscious. Why? Because I am conscious.
Yeah.
Or to my understanding of the world than a dog.
A baby doesn't significantly change growing up?
My understanding is correct that there's not like different brain structures that emerge once a baby is born. Are there? Maybe there are. I just didn't know that.
Well, the brain doesn't even fully develop until about the age of 25. So,
so when you say the brain is
I don't know
fully
what you mean by.
Yeah, no, I might be an idiot.
I don't even know what you mean by significant structural changes. Like.
Yeah, well,
okay, if I were to put a pin, if I were to put a pin through your brain, okay, yeah, it wouldn't change many structural things, would it? But like,
so that's what I'm asking. So you can help me. Like, so do babies not have like do babies not have a hippocampus?
He just means lobes, right? Like, what he's saying is just that there are like areas of the brain and like structures in the brain, where he means like these areas of the brain, like, defined separate.
Yeah, he's not even referencing the idea of the connections, which is probably actually what is changing a lot.
Aspects of the brain from which perform specific autonomic functions at the point of birth. Like, yeah, is he saying that one of those automatic functions is consciousness, and that you can know that through language?
I understand what you mean.
Do babies have like a temporal lobe? I'm trying to figure out what part of the brain do you not have when you're
so do dogs.
Do they have a thalamus?
Like, the point
do they have an amygdala?
So do dogs. The problem.
Yeah, but it's damn, and this dude doesn't know, so that's unfortunate, and he can't argue it. But like, if I had to answer this now, listening to perspective philosophy, and I was fucking Freaky Friday'd into Vegan Gains' body, I would probably refer to the connections. That seems to be what changes over time, as opposed to like the neurons themselves or like the structures themselves. If we point to a structural thing and I had to give a definition to it, I guess it would be the connections. The question is, when you're saying humans and animals might not have drastically different experiences in consciousness, by what measure are you using drastic? I don't know. My brain is cooked, dude. You got me. I don't know. I don't know by drastic. Like, you know what? Here we go. I'm just going to say it. The way I'm thinking about this is, if you put my soul, whatever that is, my self-awareness, into an animal with all the animal hardware, would I give that thing moral consideration with all the limits that we presume are there in the animal? And the answer is yes, for me personally. That's the way I'm thinking about it at like a philosophical, or maybe like a fucking faith level. Like, maybe that is the core concept beating around in my mind that answers what you're talking about. Like, it would have to be like a really notable difference. It would have to be like an insect where I go, you know, if I'm an ant, you know, probably. If I'm a worm, you probably hurt me. You know, like whatever. I guess you should give me less consideration. But if I'm a dog, I would probably want to be treated like I'm worth a damn. Or if I'm a cow, I probably want to be treated like I'm a worth a damn. Or if I'm a horse, or if I'm a whale, or if I'm a dolphin. If I'm a prairie dog, probably still. If I'm a rat, like, maybe we're getting closer to that breaking. If I am, fuck, what's smaller than that? Unfortunately, my brain is going to like sizes of animals. Vegans and people questioning dust will repeatedly find one tiny element trait of consciousness that Destiny thinks humans have and then say, well, doesn't that mean we're exactly the same? Yeah, but I don't think that. So I don't care about that. If I was a fly, I could see people not caring, but yeah, a fly, insects in general, I feel like I could see as fundamentally different. Maybe some sea creatures as well. Like maybe like a goldfish. Even then, I don't really know. Just because your sense of time is so fucked up that I think maybe memory is kind of fucked up for you. Like maybe I base it in part on memory. I don't know, dude. I really don't know.
Okay, wait. But dogs
there's so many problems you're making. Like, dude.
I mean, if he's gonna go this route, at least ask him. All right, what part of the brain is consciousness? Like, where is it? Show me. Like, put a brain scan on screen, right, and then just be like, point to the consciousness. Do you know what I mean?
If you're gonna say there's not many structural changes between or structural differences between an infant's brain and an adult brain, I don't know what you mean by that. Because again, if I drove a pin
I can tell you, but
through
you
your
just
brain,
also keep
that
screaming
wouldn't
random
change.
shit.
That wouldn't cause many structural changes. But you could become blind in one eye. You could forget how to speak.
True.
But like,
okay.
So I don't know what you mean by many differences.
Yeah, you
like,
keep screaming. I don't know what you mean, and then you keep talking. I can just tell you what I mean. Do you want me to tell you what I mean, or do you want to keep grandstanding?
Please.
Okay. What I mean is all of the parts of the brain, the structures of the brain have developed. They might grow, but all the parts are there, and new parts don't grow. Like, there's not like, you don't like develop your pineal gland at like 10 years old, or your like prefrontal cortex, that whole part doesn't just appear at age 5. But all the main structures and shit of the brain are in place by a few months, I think, in utero. That's my understanding. Am I wrong on that? Are there new parts of the
don't understand why this matters. I don't know why any of this matters.
Brain that grow when you turn 2?
Well, there are pretty substantive changes when you're talking about...
What does a substantive change mean? Can you explain that to me?
Okay, so like when you're talking about, say, 20 weeks of gestation, yes, so all the like parts of the brain are technically there, but Oh,
I completely agree, Shadow. I doubt either of them have enough knowledge to have this conversation. Like, I don't know many philosophers or neuroscientists, respectively, that could cross this boundary, you know, between like philosophy and neuroscience on the point of consciousness to have a very good conversation in general. Like, let's be frank. Like, where we're coming to a point where it takes such specialized knowledge in both fields that we're talking about like a level of like neuroscientific philosophy. Or like the philosophy of neuroscience and of consciousness. Or like it'd be like, no, it would be neuroscience.
I agree with this.
And the philosophy of consciousness, like philosophy of mind.
You lost me by including rats. I could understand if you were saying animals with no brains like jellyfish and insects, but I'm not sure why you draw the line at that point. Are you not just doing it based on your empathy for the creature rather than... Well, yeah, I mean, the whole thing is empathy. That's fundamentally what I'm talking about when I'm talking about this, yeah. But like, the reason why I would be iffy on rats is just because, like, dude, have you ever interacted with a rat? Like, I feel like... Yeah, I don't know. Like they're inquisitive and they think about stuff, and I would be scared. I would still be scared. I would be scared that there could still be a bunch of me in there that I would be afraid about. Rats can be super friendly and interested in things. Yeah. I like, again, remember that my thing is I'm trying to imagine you take my soul, whatever the fuck that is, this consciousness thing that we can't put our finger on, and you put it in that. Like, yeah, I don't know if I would do something to the rat. It feels fucked up. I feel like I would understand what's going on enough for that to be kind of fucked up. granted, I'm fundamentally different than a person. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to talk personally, like in any way that I find to be like worthwhile. But I am forming like memories. I've seen that in studies. Like I am responding in forming qualia. I can definitely experience pain. Like I feel like rats are a close enough analog to where I'm like on the fence and I am considerate of them. So that's probably the part that loses me is the metaphysical belief. Yeah, but because I'm filling in the gaps, dude. I don't have the knowledge to do this. If I had like tons of study in neuropsychology, honestly, I'd have to bridge the two. If I had that kind of understanding and we were fucking 8,000 years in the future, then maybe I could talk about this or describe it, because maybe we understand our brain enough at that point and can track conscious experience to like individual paths of neurons, and that we could look at that and compare and contrast with animals. But I just feel like we're not there. And if we are, I haven't read any of it. And even if I did read it, I'm not sure I would understand it. But like, I don't have that. So yeah, I'm filling in the gap with fucking magic. But I feel like he's filling in the gap with magic too. He's just using big words. So I don't know, bro.
Irrespectively, like, together, to have this discussion, like, I don't know anyone actually for that matter. I don't think I know a single person, academically or otherwise, that could really have this conversation. Would you be willing to debate the Eastern view of the Trinity with me sometime? All my arguments are Saint 40 says, Mr. Knowledge. Yeah, if you want to do that, that's fine. That's absolutely fine, Cyril, 100%. Like, just DM us and we'll set it up. But thank you for the donation as well. So yeah, like, I don't know anyone, to be honest, that's even capable of this conversation to a high level. I mean, like, I think you know, like to the point in which you could genuinely say, like, I think to be honest, I think me.
Destiny's point isn't that it's absolutely true that once you have all parts of the brain that they are now conscious. It's that he wouldn't rule it out since they have the same parts that he does. I understand that. I do understand that. It's just not a big factor in my. It's not where I'm looking in this argument. I'm looking at this semantic thing and consciousness. Arguably, isn't Destiny not filling in the gap at all because he's only speaking to his own experience? He can prove he himself has enough consciousness, but not that a dog or cat can. I guess. But this is the decision that you're making, whether you exclude or include. And I feel like both are equally valid. I don't see why it's treated as like more valid to do it to exclude. If anything, I feel like you're gambling consequences. This is why I think it's an invisible monster, is because like you just seem to be okay with being wrong on that. But you being wrong on your part of it has a lot more consequences than me being wrong on my part of it. If you're wrong, you're torturing like super conscious and sentient and whatever beings. Like you're doing a lot of horrible shit that you're just writing off. If I'm wrong, the worst is that we were nice to automatons. Like, you know, maybe we forego animal products, or maybe we forego like, or maybe we look dumb. But I just don't see how mine has as many negative consequences as the other one. I feel like the other one has some gnarly consequences. And I just feel like mine is the safer decision. Like, if neither of us can know, I feel like this other decision is can be really fucked. Like, I don't know, bro.
And you both agree that in terms of the neuroscience, we have no idea where consciousness, like how consciousness forms. I think we both agree we have no idea neuroscientifically how consciousness forms. And in terms of the philosophy of mind, like, we have no idea how consciousness forms. I don't know what to say. It's just like fuck. So what we really looked at was like what
he's not saying you have to be that to make a claim like that. Well, that's not what he's saying. He's saying to bridge this gap and to really understand it and be truthful in your statements. Yeah. At Walker. Yeah, but we need to include the probability of wrongness in any consequence analysis. And I don't think your probability is nearly as high as rats having the degree of sapience necessary. I don't understand what that means.
What am I taking to be conscious and not? And why? And that's where we're at, really, like, when we have these conversations. And neither of them are going that route.
Things like folds and wrinkles, like the size, like the just actual size and shape, are substantially different versus an infant.
The size, the shape is substantially different. What is your brain a cube when it comes out of the womb, or?
Okay, do you, like, I think you understand what I mean by that.
What I think is that, like, so for instance, here's what I would say: your body, once you're born, is basically all there. You don't change.
Yeah, I have no idea that they assume consciousness from the cortex. But the thing is that even if they did, like I think Vegan Gains is assuming consciousness from the cortex. And actually, wait a minute, that's actually a really good point. Like. Why wouldn't he just bring up like?
Yeah, I would feel like I'm losing a big part of life, boy. I would, but I don't know if I would lose so much that I wouldn't give me moral consideration as the higher being. In the same way that if there were higher beings than us, I would hope they would give us moral consideration despite being worse, like objectively. I can't claim plants are sapient and claim that we are all holocausting infinite amounts of organisms and just claim we are both as likely to be right. So yeah, I know, and I see that, and I don't believe that. If he asks Destiny that question, he's just going to call you out for Loki's wager. Well, he can cry Loki's wager all he wants, but I want an answer. You know, you can still give me an answer. It might not be the correct one, and I'm not refuting your entire argument with this. This isn't meant to like destroy his argument or whatever. I just want to know if he has an answer to that. And I want to see how he's thinking about it. Like if he's like, well, if you could prove to me that Neanderthals have all the same parts of the brain as me, then yeah. And then that would give me at least a jumping off point. Like, oh, okay, well, if I go find animals that have the same parts of the brain, then we could start to include more in this umbrella and, you know, maybe move a little bit on the argument.
The fact that, like, why is he referencing 24 weeks if it's not in relation to the cortex? Like is he saying that the cortex is responsible? Because then you could start to point at animals, right? Like
yeah, like what perspective philosophy is intuiting.
Like a cerebral cortex, right?
But I don't think it's down to just a structure. I think he will say that it's all the things working together, and I only have evidence for modern humans, and I wouldn't ponder this.
We have the most developed, but then, you know, apparently it's not about development, is it? As long as just having it. It's not about sophistication.
You know what? Salience, that's got to be the best fucking thing I read all day. I'm just going to go write it down. I will dead ass put what you wrote under here. Why can I not hear him?
Right.
Change. You don't get new parts of your body as you grow up. They just get bigger and more developed. But once you're born, you've got all your fingers, all your toes, your knees, your dick or your vagina, like all the parts are there. Your gastrointestinal, all the parts are there. You might grow and mature, but all the parts are there. You're a fully developed human.
Right, but I mean, you're literally smooth-brained at about 20 weeks. Like you don't think that's a substantive difference between?
My understanding is that is it the cerebellum that gets the wrinkles? What part of brain? What part of brain? Wrinkles? I don't remember. Oh, the cortex. I'm sorry.
That's gonna be a bit of a problem now, isn't it?
Is there a distinction between granting consideration in a philosophical / moral sense versus a primal food chain type of thing? Yeah, probably, but we don't live in that kind of environment. Other people do, and they could consider it differently, and I would understand. Crazy metaphor. You could say people who don't speak the same language can treat each other inhumanely because they don't understand the reverse. Because they don't understand. The reverse is trees have consciousness because no proof that they don't. Literal smooth brain.
Is it the cerebellum that gets the wrinkles? What part of brain? What part of brain? Wrinkles? I don't remember. Oh, the cortex. I'm sorry.
That's gonna be a bit of a problem now, isn't it, Destiny? Oh no! What part of the brain wrinkles? The cortex.
Hey.
That was not what he wanted from that Google result. Oh no, that is a big oopsie. That is a big one.
Who cares?
Oh. Oh, excellent. I think that.
We're nearly at the 4 hours that I told you I would dedicate to streaming today. We're nearly there, boys. Nearly over the hump. Please, I will say, if you want me to continue this, please, it's 4 hours of content. Throw me some dollars, dude. Come on. Help your boy out. Throw me some dollars. Super chat me. Exclamation point dono. Fucking put a fucking nice comment. It's free. Subscribe. Share it with a friend. Join my Discord and say hello. Do something, dude. Holy shit. What a fucking nightmare, bruh. I'll keep doing it, but we have hit our 4 hours, man. That's crazy. That is crazy. What a stream. My goodness. Maybe part of the tension is the mind-body dilemma, where on the same level you could come to the conclusion that there is no free will, whereas you could also come to the conclusion that will is freedom, I guess. Hope you're doing well. Just gave an interview for a job. Wow, I hope it's a good candidate. Hope it's a good candidate. My God. Oh, man. I should probably just cut it. Yeah. If you enjoyed this, dude, it will be continuing. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Oh.
Less than 3.
Thank you. Less than 3 to you too, bro. My goodness. I'll take some decompression time and we could just talk. How about that, huh? I have the brain power to just talk with you guys for a little bit. We'll do that. Oops, it's this one. Wow. My brain is just thoroughly ravaged. What an interesting stream this has been. And I'm not saying I'm like, it's a suffer stream or whatever. It's just that I'm tired and things aren't clicking and whatever. But like, Mamma mia, boys. Mamma mia. Wow. I look forward to doing this again tomorrow. I was thinking for September, we should do some like kind of like September thing. And like, maybe I'll just stream a ton and put like dono goals and try to raise money and whatever. Because I am in between jobs at the moment. But I mean, this would be the topic to do it on, because I could just keep reading and listening and fucking raking the folds of my brain for some kind of insight all day, dude. It could just be so many hours of doing this. And like perspective philosophy says, you're probably never going to get to a point where you could actually like do this in a way where you feel very confident about your conclusions and whatever, although he seems to be quite confident in his. Good Lord. I'm tapped out, dude. I'm tapped out. To be fair, the idea of consciousness is a topic that people have spent their whole careers pondering. Yeah, and it might just be what the other guy said, that it is literally just like made up, and that's why we can't put it together. You know what I felt similarly about that was another research topic I really wanted to do? I heard a compelling argument that good and bad were things that we invented in like a really traceable way. I think it was like around Christian times or so. It was around some kind of religious idea, and we just take them for granted, and we spend all this time philosophizing on them, and we spend all this time trying to differentiate them from like, what do I prefer versus what do I not prefer, what makes me happy versus what makes me sad. And maybe good and bad are just like super vague terms that we really shouldn't like be using, and they're a mental shortcut. Like, and maybe some stuff is just like that. Maybe consciousness is just like that. Like, maybe there is a sense of self and a sense of I and whatever. Or maybe, like Buddhism says, that is an illusion. Like, it's just something that we make up. And it's really easy to dupe us into believing it's true, but it's like secretly not. Wow. Mamma mia.
Keep it going, buddy.
Thanks. I definitely will. I definitely will. Thank you for the $30, ostentatiously awkward. Mamma mia. I do appreciate it. Thank you for donating. I hope it was entertaining. Yeah, I wonder about that. I wonder about these like socially constructed made up things, and maybe we spend too much time pondering them. And the reason they're not working is because like our brain is designed to understand stuff that's real, and that stuff it just isn't real. And so you're just going to kind of run around in circles in your brain, and it's kind of like not worth the effort. These sorts of conversations to me is the terms get kind of confusing and all sound like they mean the same thing. Sentience, sapience, consciousness. Yeah, that's why like very early on in the flow chart of like what I had to do, I wrote down that we should probably start distinguishing those. Honestly, I feel like I understand that there's a difference between sapience and sentience. What I don't understand is the difference between sentience and consciousness. Like, I don't feel the difference between that as vividly. The red pill is realizing like all of life is social constructs. Yeah, maybe, dude. I think the language thing is an emergent property of the human mind's exceptional ability to categorize patterns, but if you push on why other things can't categorize to our level, no satisfaction. Yeah. But like, why? Like, the categorization thing is useful in some regards. Like, I think, in my opinion, elements. Oh, wait, talk about categorizing. That's an amazing categorical structure. Elements, like taking the fundamental building blocks of matter and categorizing them by the way that they interact with other parts of matter and developing rules around that that are predictive. Like, that's really helpful categorization. Consciousness? I don't feel like that's quite as useful or like totally all there and making sense and like cut and dry and whatever. Even elements, like when we look at quantum stuff, we're just kind of realizing that maybe we don't have it all figured out and like shit isn't mapping right. And that's probably down to like some misunderstanding we have that we'll figure out later, and then we'll get closer and closer to like what things actually are. And maybe at some point we'll nail it, but like at least there's progress there. I don't feel like we have that with this consciousness shit, because I feel like it's probably really made up. There's a real possibility that consciousness sits at a local maximum in capability such that we lack the ability to describe whatever we are, and we can't gain that ever. Yeah. People either think that you can't know that other things are conscious like humans, or that you can know and that other people are just wrong and they're not the same type of consciousness as people. Or you're like me and you think they're all conscious and there's maybe different levels to it or whatever, but that's just based on the hardware you have cooked in. And at the core, there's a soul in everything, maybe. I don't know, bro. I don't know what I think anymore. According to Vosh, the periodic table is arbitrary. Well, the first part of your statement explains the last part. At some point, you have to parse whether you actually value consciousness and put it on this side or that side of each species, or have values that don't super care about the level. I don't think you need that. Honestly, here's what I think. I think let's take consciousness and fucking pull it out of our fucking brain and just fucking take it in here and throw it in the trash, okay? Let's work in this hypothetical. Do I feel good or bad about doing things to other creatures that looks like it hurts them the way that I hurt? I feel bad. And that's kind of still where I feel like everything is just coming from for me. I feel bad. And because I feel bad, I think it's bad. You know, I think that's where I'm at with it, dude. And that I don't really need consciousness in there. I feel like consciousness just complicates the whole thing. And at the end of the day, it's like, do I sympathize with other creatures? And I do. And there are some that I do more with, and there's some I do less with. And ultimately, it just comes down to how much I like them. I don't have to think I'm the same as them. I don't have to think we're on different levels or the same levels or whatever. I feel, you know? I feel, therefore, I believe. And I believe certain things about different animals, you know? And even animals within the same category of animals, you know? Like, honestly, I do feel like I would have a very distinct answer between would you murder 100 Chihuahuas or would you murder 100 Border Collies? I'm sorry, bro. I'm killing Chihuahuas today, okay? Like, and it's probably just all arbitrary. It's just down to something I came up with in my brain with how much I like them. And that's probably just how it is. I feel more bad for the cow that I see at the farm than I do the cow that is packaged in my burger. And that's just how that is too. You know? Spilt milk. It's already dead. You know, maybe that's just all it is. And we're kind of making it out to be some big complicated thing that it is ultimately not. That's what I think, dude. That's where I'm at the end of this. Do you care about dogs, cows, and lizards because you think they have valued consciousness? Probably not. Or because people don't have consciousness and you value something. I probably just value something else. I just imagine that. Here's the thing. You know, here's my what I think in my head. We all came from the same shit. I've seen an evolutionary tree. We all have common ancestors. And we've only been super duper smart for so long compared to all that evolution. I don't think we just are the only one. I don't think we're like Tigger. We're not the only one. Like, we just have language. That's it. I don't really think we're all that much more special than our close cousins. Now, are we probably different than our far off relatives? Probably. In terms of the experience of being the thing. And I do assume that they have an experience. I assume that all of them do. They cook up something to get the things to keep doing the things, you know? They have abstraction. I believe they have abstraction. And that's just me. Because we can test it. And it seems like they have memories and stuff. And that's good enough for me. I don't care about the consciousness, honestly. It would hurt like it would hurt for me. What makes you feel like pulling a leg from an ant doesn't make it hurt? Here's an assumption, totally shooting in the dark, but here's my answer from sleepy brain that's just going to be honest with you. I don't know if they have all the pain receptors and stuff. Do they? If they do, yeah, maybe it hurts them. Maybe it hurts them. Maybe it hurts them. But you know what? There's also numbers. There's also numbers. There's lots more ants. I'd feel more bad about killing a panda bear than I would a grizzly bear. It's not because I think they're fundamentally different. If anything, they're kind of like the same in my brain. But there are so few of the other one. And there's so many ants. And they all seem just so similar to me. And that seems to be a factor in my brain. I don't think that's logical at all. That's just my feeling. That's when I look at the shape of the idea in my head, that's what's popping up. Is like, dude, there sure do be a lot of the ants. And they all do be looking exactly the same. And they are not very complicated. So I don't really care as much. Kind of like I don't care about killing all the bacteria on my hand when I put hand sanitizer. I feel like my consideration for ants is closer to the bacteria on my hands than it is a cow. Can't wait until this stream topic mixes with blah, 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 blah. I missed the last part. From what I've seen from research, insects do experience some form of pain. I'm less considerate of them. They don't taste much better either. Pretty sure most insects can't feel pain. They might respond negatively to stimulus, but not pain the way we'd see it. Arguably, that's the same thing, though. Yeah. Yeah. Also, low-key, memory seems to be a recurring theme in my head with how bad I feel about hurting something. If you are constantly living in like a 1 second period of like time, or you're never storing memory, I kind of don't think you're a thing that I have to care about. Even if you're a person, if you live in like a 1 second period of time and you can't form any memories, honestly, I'm probably more okay with killing you than like a regular dog. If you can't form memories, I feel like you're not all that important. That's what I think. That's what I feel, actually. That's what I feel. I don't know what argument people have that's any stronger, that if you don't have these structures, you still have conscious, blah, 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 blah. I wouldn't feel so bad about pandas. I'm just helping them things go extinct as they should be. Damn. Mr. Book, have you read Children of Time? No. And I don't know if I want to read anything more about consciousness for a little bit. If there was some race of alien gods who were magnitudes larger and more conscious than us, would they be right to view us like ants? Yeah. I do. I do think that. But I do think that there's also a problem with going out of your way to destroy something if there's no utility to it. Like if they just destroyed us because it was fun, that's kind of fucked up. The same way that I think it would be fucked up if you were somebody that like constantly goes out and kills like mounds of ants. But, you know, if it were possible for a dog or even a human to evolve to not feel pain or psychological pain, would killing or mutilating their body not matter anymore? I mean, do they still find it displeasurable? Because I feel like pain is just kind of like a fill in the blank for displeasurable. If it's pleasurable to them, then no, probably not. It's probably okay. Probably doesn't matter. What's some sort of pain sort of implies that we're pointing out qualitative differences maybe in what is being talked about. Plus, there's so much more to consciousness that, yeah, I don't care about consciousness. We've put that out of our brain. Remember when I fucking and I pulled it out of my brain? Yeah, we're done with that. That's in the trash. No more consciousness. Ban term, dude. Ban term. We're not talking about that anymore. Let's remove it. It's like good and bad, dude. It doesn't exist. We're pretending it doesn't exist. I don't agree with that, but only if they can communicate with us. If we could communicate with ants and have a conversation, I think you'd instantly change your mind about whether or not they deserve moral. I mean, it depends on what they say. I will be real with you. All of these animals could blow it, depending on what they say to me. I'm just going to be straight up with you. If we figure out the dogs are like a mean fucking race, I would start thinking about it differently, I think I would start thinking about it differently if they were all assholes. But you know what? They would be like lovable goofball assholes. However, red ants better have a damn good personality and culture, dude. Because if red ants were also assholes, I don't care about them anymore. You know what I mean? It's a sci-fi book, so it's not direct. I'm burnt out, dude. And you said consciousness again, so you're banned. What if they're Trump voters? I don't know if that's necessarily bad. They'd have to do more than vote for Trump. I don't think that would immediately make me hate them. If ants were like, please step on me, dommy mommy, then it'd be chill. I don't care if that's fucked up. Yeah. Honestly, if I could Dr. Dolittle and all the ant hills were like, step on me, I might just start stepping on ant hills, dude. I might. I'll give it to you, dude. I'll give it to you. I'm a giver. If pigs are more like Skynet than humans in cognitive function, I'm eating them unapologetically. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. See, now that we've escaped the realm of consciousness, see how much more fun we're having? Are you having fun? I'm having fun. It's so much more fun without consciousness, dude. That who needs it, dude? That shit's god awful. We don't need that shit, dude. Trump voters are different than Trump supporters. Some people just vote Republican. That is true. See, there we go. Even if they were Trump supporters, I feel like I could give them some leeway. They'd have to say more bad shit. If you could talk to the bugs that invade your home, would they be apologetic? If they were, I wouldn't kill them. I'd be like, oh, fuck, dude, here. Let me just get like a fucking cup and a piece of paper. I'll put you outside, bruh. Like, imagine how cool that would be if the spider's like, where's my web? Where's my web? I've lost my web. I'm inside. I would be like, don't worry, little buddy. I got you. Fucking, I'll put you outside. Don't worry about it. Even if it was like a cockroach or something, I'd probably still put him outside. I feel like if we could make golden retrievers talk, they would say it with the hard R. You know, as a resident expert of, you know, things that say the N-word, apparently that's my reputation. I could see it. I could see golden retrievers saying it, but you know, they would say it in a way that like Mexicans say the N-word. You know, it kind of be like endearing a little bit, I guess. I think we'd be cool with it. I think we'd collectively be cool with it. In Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you have ethical meat because some alien species wants to be eaten. I would agree. I would agree if they want to be eaten. Hey, you know, the stars are aligning on this little proposition that I have. And if they taste good, then hell, I scratch your back, you scratch mine. That sounds great, dude. That would be awesome. Like, I don't know. If we could just talk to... That's why I keep going back to language. In my mind, the intuitive thing is that consciousness doesn't matter here. It's language. Like even if through talking to them I discovered they have no concept of I and their brain can't wrap around it the same way my brain can't wrap around consciousness, I would still care about them. I care about what they prefer and stuff. I feel like that would just not matter at all to me. Maybe I'm fucking crazy. Correct me if I'm wrong. How do you guys feel about that? If we could talk to animals and we figure out we're the only ones that have the concept of I, we're the only ones that have an ego, we're the only ones that think like we as an individual are somehow separate entirely from our species and from like our collective experience and the experience of other things. Like if we figure out we're the only ones, I kind of feel like we're the asshole red ants that vote for Trump and, you know, say the N-word. I feel like that's us. Like we're kind of shitty. We destroy the planet. We don't care about other animals and stuff. Like we would kind of just be the shitty ones. Like, and I would kind of want to be nice. I would feel like I have to go against the stereotype of my people and try to be less egotistical and try to think more in a collective sense. I feel like I would try to copy their culture a little bit. And I worry that maybe that is the case. You know, like maybe that is actually what it is. We cook this shit up and it's completely alien to like literally everything else. It's the source of like all of our problems. That's what Buddhist people believe. You know, maybe not all Buddhists, hashtag not all Buddhists, but you know, that's my understanding of Buddhism is that, you know, you made this thing up and a lot of your life and energy probably have to be dedicated to undoing that programming because it's so easy to just slip back into it. I don't think anyone could be vegan if you could talk to pigs. Oh, it would depend on what they're saying. It would depend on what they're saying, dude. I really do think it would depend on what they're saying. It would depend on what they say. I feel like my moral consideration is probably based upon how much moral ability an animal has to make its own moral decisions. If it can't understand the I, then I don't think it can make any moral decisions. I don't think that. I think it could still know right and wrong and not believe in I. You could still probably look at things and go, ooh, bad. Ooh, pouring molten silver down the fucking red ant hill. Ooh, bad. Ooh, bad. They voted Obama, dude. They voted Obama. They've been Democrats since day one, dude. They're in support of social health care, bro. They're pro-union, bro. Bro, the ants are so fucking nice, dude. You can't do it dirty like that. That's fucked up. You both think you're taking the safe decision book. You think you're doing more for non-humans. He thinks he's being skeptical towards evidence of his is shittier. I'm just gonna say it. His is shittier. His has way worse consequences. Mine does not have as worse consequences. This is why I'm just gonna go with mine. I'll minimize harm, dude. It all comes down to degrees of complexity for me. Language is just the outflow of such, and I'm not smart enough to decompose complexity. Huh. I don't know if complexity is all that, to be honest. How could it ever think it was doing a bad thing since it can't conceive of itself doing a thing? It can conceive of actions without conceiving of a self. I feel like you just don't have an imagination, friend, because I can imagine it. Even if a pig could say, like, hungry, happy, sad, I think that'd be enough for 99.99% of people to never eat pig again. Yeah, maybe. I don't think 99.99. I think you very much overestimate. Like, there are people who are okay with eating people, bro. Like, there are people okay with genociding people. Like, I think you have to realize, like, that would not, you're way overestimating, I would say. I would probably put it at, like, I would just Pareto's principle it. I would say maybe it's like 80-20, where, like, oh, dude, what side of the 80-20 would it be? I think it would be like smoking cigarettes, where, like, the first generation that can hear the pigs, probably 80% of them still eat the pigs, because you don't talk to them regularly. You buy them at the grocery store. You would still have the same exact problem, right? Like, I don't have to interact with the pigs. I don't live near any pigs. You know, it's the same way people can treat immigrants shittily, or people in other countries shittily, because they're not right next door. I don't talk to them. So no, I think 80% of people would probably still eat pigs in the first generation. But I think later generations, like, if you have ingrained childhood memories of visiting a farm and talking to pigs, and you have a pig friend that you had a conversation with, like, then I think we'll start shifting, and less people would eat meat, until, like, socially we would force everybody to kind of be like, dude, you eat meat, that's fucked up. You ever talk to a pig, bro? My best friend's a fucking pig, bro. Dude, a pig saved my grandma from depression, bro. That's fucked up, bro. Pig lives matter, bro. Ants would definitely be pro-union. Yeah, true, right? They'd be so nice. They would definitely be collectivists, I'd imagine. Well, minimize harm is doing so, but they could also be like the aliens from Alien, dude. They could be really awful. They could be Nazis, honestly. I think there's just as likely that they could be Nazis as that they could be pro-union. Well, minimize harm is doing so much heavy lifting, assuming that blah, 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 blah. Okay, a bunch of shit disappeared. I feel like even a basic level of communication, like the bell guy from Breaking Bad, would make most people uncomfortable because they haven't thought about it to this extent. I think you underestimate our ability to turn a blind eye to things. You have to remember, we had slaves for a long time. We have, like, people in Dubai that are still kind of like slaves. Like, we have a lot of fucked up shit we still do to people, bro. As long as, like, I think the powers that would quickly separate. Like they would not allow us to be talking to pigs because it would ruin everything. This is why those annoying vegan activists show pictures of pigs being brutally killed, because most people tend to avoid that reality, and it can definitely change people's emotions on it. Exactly. It's like twice now, and that's why Destiny starts saying, no, the probability of each matters. If I'm wrong, this could happen. If I'm right, this could happen. Well, what are the merits of the position? Yeah, but he pretends like his merits are way better, and I don't think they are. I think we're both taking shots in the dark, and I don't really, yeah. I'm still on that page of it, dude. I still believe that. I don't think that there's, like, more merits to his thing. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I think if we were Dr. Doolittling it, I think I would be correct and he would be wrong. But it's like arguing over if there's a God or not. I feel like at this point, it's really frivolous. Because there's no proving it, and there's probably no use in arguing it. Ah, damn, water is so good. It's probably what pigs say when they drink too. That's another thing that we're in common about, I guess. Close all these tabs and shit. Hold on. Man, oh man. I gotta say, this was a very fulfilling stream. I feel like I've come full circle. I tried to learn all this shit, and then I came back and I went, can I just feel it out? Ooh, can I just operate off of my intuition? Honestly, the most likely outcome is that the rights of talking animals becomes the new culture war thing. What, we're gonna give them rights? The next thing you know, these Democrats will be fucking them. What's next? Interspecies love? You tell me you can fall in love with a pig? You're totally right. It definitely would be. And there would be people that would eat animals and still low-key feel bad about it, but they just force themselves. Like people that have fucking trans kids and still cut them out of their life like fucking animals. Oh man, it would probably be like that too. It's so fucking sad, but that's probably correct. I love the chicken. Yeah, like the chicken. You loved the chicken. I loved my dog that we had to kill. You know, we probably love our pets because we get to know them even without language. I feel like we get to understand them. You know, through vibes. Who needs language when you got vibes? You know. The vibes I get from fire ants pretty negative, but I've never had like pet ants before. Even if I did, they're kind of like alien. Like they kind of just destroy stuff and spit acid and shit. I think it's kind of hard to like them, but maybe if I had an ant colony, I would feel different. Man, oh man, Supreme, you are up early, my man. Damn, you must be getting fucking good sleep, bro. I haven't gone to sleep yet. We did fucking 4.5 hours of listening to consciousness and vegan debates and shit. And honestly, I think I've arrived at the conclusion that I just don't care about consciousness. I think it might be just made up. I think that's an easier thing to believe. Consciousness is probably just a made up concept that is a linguistic illusion that we've created. To be honest, the biggest reason I can see being most of society turned pro animal rights is if we can replace meat with some perfect synthetic alternative, then people would feel okay to judge it. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Yeah, that would probably help things along, but I don't feel like it's the necessary thing. Certainly, animals have some level of consciousness. You missed this whole beginning part. And so I will tell you, I think that concept's made up. I think it's probably better to say sentience and sapience, and that's what I'm just going to stick to. But there's a whole arc. We'll spend more time learning about this, and maybe my ignorant fucking opinions will change. You know, I only did put this much work into it, so perhaps my mind will change. I'm talking to Perspective Philosophy on Saturday at midnight Pacific Standard Time. About this, and maybe he could change my mind. But I'm at the point where I think if everybody else is taking shortcuts, I'm gonna take a way more fun shortcut. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna axe this concept from my brain. I'm just gonna pull it out and lobotomize myself. I think that this concept of consciousness is made up, and it doesn't help us with anything. And it may well just be a human thing that we've made up. And it's just not helpful, and it's probably better to just not think about it. They have the capacity to experience joy and suffering. You can get into technical brain stuff too. Yeah, fuck all that, dude. It's gay and retarded. Gay and retarded, dude. I'm just going to say that, bro. I'm a double down. That's basically how I feel about philosophy. Okay, well, I didn't say all that, all right? I didn't say all that. I'm just saying consciousness, bro. I think it's worth thinking about your actions and stuff, but this consciousness thing seems lame. Seems a little bit dumb. Science isn't there. Maybe once science gets there and it's better, we could probably do it, but it needs to be in a textbook and make sense, and there needs to be tons and tons of people that agree that it works a certain way and whatever. I just don't feel like we're there yet. Maybe in 8,000 years or something we'll be there, but philosophy is search of truth sounds terrible. Yeah, who knows if even truth exists, bro? Just reductio ad absurdum or whatever. Damn, bro. All I know is it might be okay to eat string theorists. Maybe answer string theorists. Maybe you'll get lucky and you can cook them up. Interesting. Okay. Oh man, I'm dying, dude. I'm literally dying. I will once again do a plug. If you enjoyed this fun Booksmarts rant that might get me in trouble later about not caring about any of this, subscribe, like the video, leave a comment saying, "Hey, I loved when you were crazy," or "Hey, I loved the part where you said the wrong thing," or whatever. I'm so tired. Whatever. Words of affirmation, money, yada, 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 whatever the plugs are. This has been Booksmarts. You just got booked. I booked all over your fucking brain. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. I hope you stay positive. I hope you avoid thinking about consciousness or anything else that gives you the heebie-bejeebas. And yeah, stay awesome, everybody. I'll talk to you later in another chapter of Looking into Consciousness. Again, Saturday, 12 a.m. Pacific time, I will be talking to Perspective Philosophy. After I get some sleep, I'll go live again and we'll research more. We'll read more with a fresh brain and outlook on life and consciousness. And hopefully we arrive at better conclusions than we did today, because I feel more lost than when I started. I'll do the fucking Rod DeSantis thing.